shall give peace like that. And we shall become, the children of love, the children of love, the children of love, children of love.
Welcome, everybody. It is Saturday Night Alive for the Global Peace Tribe. That's you, all of you watching. And it's a really, really special show. Of course, every show is special, but this one's really incredible. It's our 1-year anniversary show. And we've been working all week trying to find out, gosh, there's so many beautiful moments to share, so many wisdom teachers, so many musicians. And so we're going to give you a sampling. And we also have some really wonderful live people joining us, including some of our favorite musicians and magician Paul Draper. And you're going to hear all about that. But for all of you watching on Facebook, please register. Come on into the Zoom room. Come join all of us. It's really great when you're in the Zoom room with us, because then you can interact more easily with all of our teachers, our speakers, our musicians. Plus, by registering, we get your email address. Don't worry, we're the only ones who are going to hang on to it. But we send out an email on Mondays that gives you the replay, so you can go back and not only watch this show, but all previous shows. And we've now done over a year's worth of shows. We've got like 53 in the bank that you can access with all these amazing people, teachers, speakers. So it's easy to register. Go to www.globalpeacetribe.com. Go to globalpeacetribe.com. Please do join us. There's a lot of other things that happen when you join us. We give you all sorts of little special treats. And you also get a chance to find out about special events that we're doing. And we're doing more and more special events. We just had a fun one last week with Swami Beyond Ananda. So join our community. Go to globalpeacetribe.com and register. It only takes a minute. And that way you're kind of in with us. And we're building a community here. And it's a very special community indeed. And for those of you watching tonight, you're going to get a chance to really see that. You're going to get a chance to see just some of the most amazing moments that we've had. And it's really, really special. You know, a lot of work has gone into this year of creation. And I really want to acknowledge my producing partner and my co-host, Deborah Giusti. She gets up at about 4 o'clock every morning, meditates, does her spiritual thing, and then becomes, kind of the other side of her of getting things done. And she gets so much done. And she's worked tirelessly to create these 52 shows that we've had so far. So it's my honor, my pleasure, and I want to ask everybody just to send her lots and lots of love wherever you are. Here is Deborah Giusti.
Thank you so much, Scott, and welcome everyone to another show on Saturday Night Alive. And this is so special to be celebrating a 1-year anniversary, something that we didn't expect, that just arose from us as we followed our divine mission in terms of creating the show and letting it evolve. And it's been quite a year for all of us, challenging in so many ways, but the spiritual purpose is to really take that bag of lemons and make lemonade. That's a daily practice. Did it today as well. And that's what we've done on Saturday Night Alive, is really taken the opportunities that are here now and utilize them to continue to connect the world, to connect us virtually, and really spread the love and really spread the high vibes and really see a way through this journey that we're on together to really come forward to a whole new reality. And that's what we do with Saturday Night Alive. And the blessing of connecting virtually with all the great speakers, getting their medicine out to the world in a whole new level has been incredible for us. And all the collaborations that we've developed, everything that has come about, so much gratitude to everyone that has been part of this show. And gratitude back to Scott, who has been the mastermind in picking all the different incredible clips that we've had through the whole year that you're going to be able to see tonight. And I want to share with you some of the speakers that we're going to have on now. Thank you, Scott. We are going to feature Marianne Williamson, one of our incredible teachers and way showers, Michael Beckwith, Matt Kahn, Jean Houston, Andrew Harvey, Caroline Myss, Gregg Braden, Lynne Twist, Deepak Chopra, Joanne Shenandoah, Marci Shimoff, Mark Sims, Deva, Premal, and Miten, and more. And we actually have some live music on today, some of our favorite performers. We're going to have Uttal do a special kirtan performance for you. And one of our favorites, Grae, is going to be with us. And Larisa Stow, again, one of our favorites. Along with musicians, we're going to be featuring Jeff McBride, Shaun J, and live will be Paul Draper. So it's going to be a really special show to see those highlights throughout the whole year. So I'm really happy that you're all joining us, and we've been on this journey together. It's been quite a journey, and there's more to go. So sending my love to you. And should we start with music right away, Scott?
Let's do it. We've got Nina Grae with us live.
Yes, Nina, so happy to have you with us. It's been beautiful to have you. She is an amazing songstress, really speaks from the heart, shares from the soul, and perfect way to begin the show. Thank you, Nina, for being with us.
Thank you for your dedication this past year. I know personally it's been a joy to my spirit to be here and be with your community. And we're coming out on the other side, and it's spring, and the theme is Dare to Thrive. So I wanted to share a song called Superpowers, and it's based on that phrase that not all superheroes wear capes. And I think if I learned anything, it was really reaching into my insides and finding the superpowers of compassion, of kindness, of empathy, of connection that are truly our golden currency. And all of us bringing those out a little bit more as we continue to move forward makes this world the kind of world we want to live in. So this is a song dedicated to all of the superpowers we all have inside of us that we get to unleash for our thriving. What if our superpowers always existed? They just wait and listen for our call out, for our song of remembrance, one we've known all along. What if our superpowers were only found in one another, intertwined and interwoven? We can't deny that we've all been chosen to be here, be alive, to be here to thrive. So we're brushing off the dust and we're tending to the fire. To be here, be alive, to be here to thrive. And we're finding a new freedom, and we're ready for new seasons. What if our superpowers radiated, broke through all time, all spaces, bridging worlds and bridging people, and turning our dreams into moments we can feel. 'Cause we're here, we're alive, and we came here to thrive. So we're brushing off the dust, and we're tending to the fire. Yes, we're here, we're alive, and we came here to thrive. And we're finding a new freedom, and we're ready for new seasons. Yes, I see tomorrow and it's a brighter day. 'Cause we've been going, we've been growing through these changes, baby. I see tomorrow when it's a brighter day. 'Cause we've been going, we've been growing through these changes, babe. I see tomorrow when it's a brighter day. 'Cause we've been going, we've been growing through these changes, babe. Yeah, I see tomorrow when it's a brighter day. 'Cause we've been going, we've been growing through these changes, babe.
Oh, Nina. Wow. You know, Nina Grae is actually one of the voices of Saturday Night Live, obviously as a musician, but also our promotional trailer, which we're going to play a little bit later tonight. She does the audio voice for us. And so really appreciating you so much, Nina. And we can show our appreciation for Nina by going to her Patreon page. And I want you to know that I joined a few months ago at the $18 a month level. And this is a great way that we can support our favorite musical artists. And you know, the pandemic has not been kind to musicians, especially those who rely on performing. And so it's really important for us to support our musical friends. So please go to patreon.com, which is a great, great system. And you'll find her at patreon.com/Nina Grae XO. She spells it Grae. So it's patreon.com/Nina Grae, Grae. And then she's got an X and an O, which I'm imagining is a kiss and a hug for us, providing some support for her. Is that accurate?
You got it. Accurate.
Oh, Nina, I want to sing like you in my next lifetime. That's I tell you, it must feel amazing to be able to channel spirit like that.
Goodness. Well, one thing I discovered in the pandemic is my love for teaching people how to use their voice and connect with a deeper, authentic voice. So if that's something that interests you too, get in touch with me. I love doing lessons via Zoom, helping people activate and unlock their voice.
Beautiful. And that's they would find that on your website.
Well.
Okay, great. NinaGrae.com, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Beautiful, beautiful. One last thing I want to mention about Nina is that, you know, we're building community here. I met Nina through Saturday Night Live. She's been on the show several times. And then Christy Michaels, who's a longtime member of our community, said, I've got to have Nina Grae for our special Mary Magdalene Easter event. And so Nina has agreed to do that. We'll talk about it later on in the show, but hopefully people can see. It's kind of small, the photo they sent, but now it's not showing up. But Nina's going to be participating in the Magdalene Easter Moonrise Zoom ceremony tomorrow night. And so that's going to be really, really special. And people can still register for that. We'll talk about it a little bit later on in the show, or you can reach out to Christy Michaels. So we'll look forward to seeing you again tomorrow night, Nina.
Blessings, Deborah and Scott. Thank you again so much for creating something that's really watering our souls and growing the seeds of love.
Oh, thank you very much, Nina. Talk to you soon. Well, I'm going to bring Deborah back on, and we're going to talk just a little bit briefly about how this all started. What's your earliest memory of how this all started, Deborah?
I think we have been friends for a long, long time. We've known each other in community for 30 years, but we've never really worked together. But I knew you were up to a lot of stuff all the time. And when the pandemic happened, I could not have this event in my temple in Sebastopol for Fantuzzi. We were doing a fundraiser for him, and I thought, well, let's go online. And who's doing that? And I knew Scott was doing online stuff for a long time. So I thought I rattled Scott's chain and say, hey, let's go do this. And we came on and we did a fundraiser for Fantuzzi. Fantuzzi's a magical musician, knows people all over the world. So on that event, people came from all over the world to share love with him and wish him well and donate. So we had an incredible event with people from all over the world, musicians, giving him love. And we generated like around $5,000 that first night. And we thought, wow, we got something there. And the way Scott and I work, we see an opportunity and we just seize it and go, and we went, yeah, we got to do this again. And so we did another one and more people joined. And it was the blend of the music and the deep sharing and people from all over the world that just created this magic that we knew that this was something we had to continue, because this was really answering a call of what was needed right there as the pandemic was locking in. People were getting afraid. People didn't know what to do. They couldn't get together. They couldn't meet. And here we were providing this resource where people could feel the love, feel the connection, and feel their family, feel their soul tribe, but not only in their community now, but people from all over the world. And we were also finding that a lot of the presenters were sitting at home. And I remember we had an idea, what about Deepak Chopra? And with synchronicity and knowing people, all of a sudden he said, yeah, I'll definitely come on. So that's how we started to invite these incredible speakers, wisdom people, musicians. And it's really been a divinely inspired mission. And I'm sure all of you have felt that, whether you're birthing a child and raising a child, and that's your divine mission, or you have something else, something creative you're birthing in a world. When you're on divine mission, really, you get a lot of support from divine, from synchronicity. And then there's all these soul contracts and people that come in working together. So it's been really, really beautiful.
Well, thank you. She just gave the whole history quite beautifully. So we're going to go back in time to that very first Fantuzzi fundraising event. And I've just pulled a little 2-minute segment. But to be really honest, what you'll notice is two things. My hair is shorter. And you'll also notice we did not have our technology very much together. I mean, we were like fumbling and trying to get it together, and it took forever for certain things to happen. And our dear friend Celestine Starr jumped in and led a meditation while we were waiting for Fantuzzi and his band to get it together for Zoom. That was back before we realized that it's hard to get a band to play and get it all together technologically on Zoom. So anyway, let's go back in time. This is to March 20th, 2020, where this all got started.
Spiritual eclipse. So we're like the sun shining and the darkened moon comes in front, but our light shines beyond the darkened moon. Thank you, Scott.
Yeah, thank you. Let's all just send our appreciation to Celestine for jumping in and leading us in that way. And yeah, I want to add that it's really scary times for a lot of people. And there's a balance I want to speak to, the balance of giving empathy and really having compassion for people about how scary it is. And then also holding the highest vision, recognizing it's a global reset, that we are resetting things on a global level. So it sounds like hopefully they're about ready to get things.
We've been ready.
Great. Okay. All right.
We're ready. Can you hear us?
We can hear you and we can see you. It would be great. Ed, just take the phone a little closer. We can see you better.
All of the wonderful family and tribe around the world. Thank you, Scott. Thank you, Deborah. Thank you, Celestine, What an amazing community. We're here together to do a healing on the world and a little bit for me, since I have some Lymes bugging me. But here we are, and I trust it's going to be wonderful, and I hope you enjoy it. This is all dedicated to the Most High. And we're going to start on.
So that's how it all started. And it was interesting because then we had a global meditation weekend that was happening the following weekend. So we thought, let's do it again. And then next thing you know, it was Easter and Earth Day, and we started coming up with different themes. And a really big shift was as more and more of our favorite speakers started agreeing to be on the show. And that was really, really huge. And so then Marianne Williamson agreed to be on the show. And that was a really big turning point for us. So here's a little bit of what Marianne had to say. Now, what was funny is the first time she was on the show with us, she was halfway through what she'd prepared to say, and her internet went out. Again, and it's such a reminder that we're all coming from our homes. We're all trying to make this work. So this is the second part of what she had to share with us when she came back on, once she got her internet to work again. So let's take a look at Marianne Williamson. And I love the word grace. Yogananda taught the greatest prayer is maximum grace. And Marianne Williamson reminds us of everyday grace. This is actually one of my favorite books that she's written. And in an act of everyday grace, Marianne is back with us. So welcome back, Marianne.
Thank you. I am so sorry that I dropped off. But anyway, thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to conclude. What I was saying when I froze or dropped, whatever that was about the pandemic and this period that we're in. We don't know exactly where the virus came from, but whether it came from a lab or whether it came from a wet market, it came from a place in consciousness which had to do with a lack of reverence, either reverence for the planet, reverence for people, or whether reverence for animals. One of those was missing. We do not have a reverent economic system. We do not have a reverent healthcare system. We do not have a reverent political system. Rather, these systems which now guide public policies on this planet are without reverence for life, without moral or ethical responsibility to the people, to the planet, to the animals. And we are now reaping what we have sown. And so the universe is not only self-organizing in all the ways that I said before, it's also self-correcting. The body has an immune system. The psyche has an immune system. And civilization has an immune system. And you and I are the immune cells. So right now, as we think of ourselves as immune cells, that to me is what sacred activism is. Each and every one of us, through prayer, through meditation, through forgiveness, through spiritual practice, are guided, just as every cell is guided, one to the pancreas, one to the lungs, one to the heart. You and I are guided. Some of us will be guided to gardening that we just heard about. Some of us are guided to the music, to be a musician, as we just heard. Some are guided to be cells in education. Some in business. Some in spirituality, and politics is our collective assignment. As we now work together, because no amount of personal charity, no amount of personal action is going to be enough to turn this ship around. We're going to have to collaborate now. And that's all that politics is. All that politics is, we should think of it as a sacred thing. You know, at the very beginning, we heard about Gandhi. Gandhi said that politics should be sacred because everything should be sacred. It should be a way that we come together as we're coming together tonight. And just as so often we visualize what we want for our lives, it's time now to visualize what we want for the planet. Just as we have these intentions for our lives, we should have an intention for the planet. Just as we manifest what we want in our own individual lives, it's time for us to expand all that and come together and make manifest a sustainable and survivable world. We do that through atoning for our lack of reverence, even though we might have ended individually, and I think most people are decent, good, dignified people. But we have not been thinking enough over the last few decades about the public policies that guide the collective and have an effect on millions and millions and even billions of people. It's not enough for us, particularly those of us who are Americans, to talk about how we want to be the peacemakers and sing about being the peacemakers when millions of people all over the world are looking at us and thinking, what are you thinking? When for the sake of a $360 billion arms sale to Saudi Arabia, you are participating in a genocidal war in Yemen. And so it's time for us to mature. And I believe that this is the time, that's what the meaning in many ways of this pandemic is, this crisis moment. All of us get to think more deeply. All of us get to reflect. All of us get to reset. And on the other side of this, my hope, my prayer, and I believe what all of the things that we're talking about here tonight and such beautiful, this is such, it was described at the beginning of the evening as a variety show. It's a kaleidoscope. One person coming with the music, and one person coming with, talking about the animals as John will do, and the food. One person talking about sacred activism as Andrew will do. This is a beautiful thing, but we have to do more than talk. On the other side of this, we need to get going. We need to recreate the world in which we live.
Unmute. Isn't it remarkable how so much of what she has to say is still relevant to us today? It's kind of interesting. It's like there's the time capsule part of it where, the pandemic is still pretty new and we're still trying to make sense of it all. But then what she's sharing is just like eternal wisdom for us. And we're going to hear a little bit more from video clips of Marianne in a moment. We also have some special friends that we're going to say hello to in a minute. But just to kind of continue with our history a little bit, we were really blessed to have Lynne Twist and Deepak Chopra and Gregg Braden all come onto the show fairly early on in the first few months that we were doing it. And that's what really launched us into being a national show. So I'm going to show it's about 2.5 minutes. And this is from our very first promotional trailer. We'll hear a little bit from Lynne, a little bit from Gregg Braden, a little bit from Deepak Chopra. And enjoy. Oh, let me do the right one. I have got so many videos that I'm playing tonight. Here we go.
The deep primordial part of ourselves. Many of us have been waiting for something like this to happen. Someone or something powerful and sacred enough had to intervene in order to stop the destruction of the sources of life.
I have been working with ecologists and scientists who tell me that if bugs and bees and insects and bacteria and viruses disappeared from our planet, all life would cease in 5 years. If humans disappeared from our planet, all life would flourish on this planet in 5 years.
We are being called upon to step up and each of us to play our roles in awakening consciousness.
The caterpillar goes into this state where everything breaks down into chaos. If you were to look inside, it's mush. It is this thick, sticky, gooey mush that looks like total chaos from inside. But then this beautiful thing begins to happen. A few specialized cells begin to awaken before the others do. They begin to awaken and recognize that something new is possible. And they are, in fact, called in biology, the imaginal cells. And it is those imaginal cells that inform all of the other cells in the sticky, gooey mush that something greater is possible, and they become the organizing principle that allows the other cells then to align following what the imaginal cells now have shared as possible. Everyone in our audience tonight, everyone tuning in, everyone on this panel, and many others that may not even know are the imaginal cells in our collective awakening.
Since the beginning of the pandemic, a dynamic, inspirational variety show captivates thousands of viewers every week. Welcome to Saturday Night Alive for the Global Peace Tribe. Our guests have included dozens of inspirational speakers, such as Deepak Chopra and Gregg, who you just heard from. Another popular speaker who was here multiple times is Marianne Williamson.
You and I are already programmed to become the highest, most creative manifestation of our potential in this life.
Each show provides two. Here we go. It's going to be one of those shows, I can tell. But thank you, everybody, for your patience as we kind of manage all these incredible video snippets. But we're going to go from video to live. One of the things that's been great has been how we collaborate. And I'm going to bring Deva on to talk about a current collaboration we're doing and to introduce some special guests that are with us live. Deva, tell us a little bit about the Festival of Light.
Well, the Festival of Light is another one of those big glasses of lemonade. It's a brainchild of Diana Maxwell and her cohorts, Emmy Shante and Daniel Bologna. And Diana has been a friend of mine for many, many years. She helped me with the Harmony Festival, and she was the co-producer of Conscious Life Expo for many years. And so she decided, with all her superpowers, to produce this festival. It's an incredible array of the top speakers, musicians, and it's happening now this weekend. So I want to bring Diana Maxwell on with her cohorts, Emmy Shanti and Daniel Bologna, and Diana will tell us about it. And Diana's working with us on the show, and again, is a good friend, and that's part of what's happening now. We're all working together, supporting each other as we come out at a whole new level to give this great medicine that we have to the world. Hello, Diana.
Hi, how are you? It's really nice to be here. And thank you for having us on the show to talk about Festival of Light. We've had 2 full days of just packed full of incredible speakers. We have 7 stages with music and well-being and luminaries and visionaries and wisdom keepers. And we've had over 20,000 people joining us and more people signing up every day. And it's just been such an incredible experience. And tomorrow we have Joanne, Shenandoah, and we have Grandmother Florida Mayo, we have Billy Carson, and we have some incredible musicians and a lot of amazing people, Spanish, from the Spanish culture that Emmy will tell you about.
Emmy, I think that's your cue to tell us all about what's happening with the Spanish aspect of Festival of Light.
Well, thank you so much. Thank you, Deborah, Scott. Thank you so much to do this wonderful event every Saturday. Is really building into something very powerful. And well, we're part of this, bringing this light with a Festival of Light, Festival de Luz. And doesn't matter with what language you talk, is the language of the heart, is the light, is the love, is all the wonderful things that we want to bring to earth. And well, this has been an amazing celebration, and tomorrow we continue, the party continue. We are celebrating with more than 20,000 people. It's an amazing, amazing event. And I'm very happy to work with Daniel Bellon, that he is, thank you, Danny.
Thank you, Emmy. Thank you, Diana. And I'm so happy to be here with you, Scott and Deborah, in Saturday Night Live again. I had the pleasure of being here before performing mantras, but today we are so proud of bringing the Festival of Light. And it all started for us in a very dark moment, also similar to the story of Saturday Night Live. And we had the feeling that in deep meditation, we are seeing that we should work for the light. We should celebrate the light and remember everyone that we are alive and that life is a celebration and that we need to cheer up and get inspired again and renew our subscription to life in a moment where everyone was talking about terrible things happening around, we thought that we should lit that candle and hold it tight to our hearts. So it's been 3 months in the making and working endlessly, just mostly the three of us, just pushing this card and inviting everyone and saying, we want to celebrate the light. Come on and let's do it together. And here it is today. We are so happy to see it happening and to feel the energy, the vibration of the festival. Just imagine 150 luminaries holding an intention to enlighten humanity. That is something that it cannot be lost. You feel it. Your whole body is vibrating to it. So we are in the midst of it and so happy.
Thank you, Daniel. I'm pulling it up one more time, and I just want to encourage everybody who's watching. You can still register, and what's great is that, of course, you can see what's happening live, but these workshops are going to be available for, I believe it's 30 days, Diana?
No, it's actually unlimited, longer than that. At least a year, maybe longer. They'll be available for with the Jade Pass that we created, which is an incredible value. For $67 after this ends, you can continue to use this as a resource and a library and listen to music, and that's also. And then next weekend we have the post-conference workshops, the post-festival workshops. And those are more in depth, like 3-hour workshops. So you can really sink in with the presenters that you've enjoyed and, just get a deeper level of knowledge.
All right. So that's festivaloflight.world. Go to festivaloflight.world. And thank you, Diana and Emmy and Daniel, for bringing the Festival of Light. And also, we've really enjoyed having all three of you on our show. Diana's been a collaborator, helping us to create shows in the past and hopefully in the future. And Emmy and Daniel are two of our favorite presenters. In fact, Daniel, I think you're coming back in a couple of weeks. So we're looking forward to more music from Daniel, and God's blessings. I'm going to turn it back over to Deborah to introduce kind of the next segment of tonight's show.
Yeah, what's been really special about our Saturday Night Live programs is the magic and the comedy and the synchronicities. Because as we started, we didn't have all these contacts, but the month before this all happened, I met this wonderful woman because she was sitting next to me at a meeting in San Francisco. And I found out she was a highly professional, well-known comedian and magician. So as we started the show, I invited her on, and she's been fabulous. This is Heather Rogers, and she does incredible magic for us and comedy. So we're going to show one of our clips here.
Heather Rogers.
Good evening and blessings. We are living in truly miraculous times. When we remember that we are real magic, we realize that anything can happen. If you could look into this crystal ball and see your best possible future, what would that look like? Look now and dare to imagine where you are, who you're with, what you are co-creating, and all the ripple of good that is coming out from that. Tonight, I invite you beyond the new normal into the new extraordinary. And the way to get there is to be right here, right now. Let truth reign supreme. And behold the staggering miracle of you. Each of your 76 trillion cells is a quantum fusion factory, sourcing enough power to ignite a big bang. That's you. So let the little you ride out the sensation of how painfully exquisite you are, how unsettlingly soft you are, and how heart-achingly connected you are. Let yourself bear the burn of your own radiance, and you will find that you say yes to everything, and then the miracles will happen. Try it out. Now, I would like to, well, I have some good news and some bad news. Let's start with the bad news, and that is you have been framed. Yes, you have been saddled with a little part that holds the pain and the patterning of the past. This part is always tearing away at your ability to thrive and be free. This part is deeply unfulfilled and will always be with you. It's hounding you with its incessant axe to grind. This part's job is to tear you down and to give you no peace. Now, the good news, and that is that part is not you. At any moment, you can step out of the little part and into pure, expansive freedom. Why does this elude so many people? Because it's too simple. Any moment you get fully present, you can remember that you were always whole and complete. You are all things and no thing, hence truly free. So now, along those lines, I would like to ask you a question. What size are you? If we're all made of energy, and energy is expansive and endless, you're no size or all size. How freeing it is to know that the essence that pours through this mortal frame cannot be touched by circumstance and never has been. We have the power to burn off what no longer serves us. If you would like to enter the new extraordinary, I'm going to ask you to lift up your hand like this. Lift up your hand and go ahead and grind the past into dust. Fuse your brain and flush it with white light. And as you do, see all mind matters distinguishing into a pure puff of smoke. Very good. That's a nice practice and good, strong alchemy. Now, we're all ready to let some stuff go now. It's time. And I want you to think about that one thing that has plagued you your whole life. Some people, it's the idea of mortality. For some, it's feeling safe. Others, being wanted, being successful, getting healthy. Think of yours. The time has come to end that pattern. If it is your will, right now, fuse this handkerchief with every bit of baggage and matrix and frequency from all time. Charge it now. And I'd like you to repeat this. Say, I release you and it is done. Everybody go ahead. I release you and it is done. And so it is. Before I go, I would like to offer one last humble gift. And that is the endless spark that is in you. If there was ever a time to ignite your greatest spark, it is right now. So I'm going to ask one more thing. I'm going to ask you to bring your hands to your heart, please. I'm going to ask you to grab that spark, find it, hold that spark, and ignite it. May you ever be ignited and delighted. Thank you.
Oh, fantastic. That's wow. All right, let me go off poor Deborah here. Hi, Deborah. You're still on camera. I'm going to take over.
Okay.
Here we go. So to learn more about Heather, because she's great. I mean, you know, one of the things in watching it that I appreciated was what she did, and almost all of our magicians have done, is we'll tell them what the topic or the theme of the show is, and then they'll create magic around that. Now, of course, she was really still addressing what we've been going through with this pandemic, and she addressed it so beautifully. So if you are interested in more Heather Rogers, her website is heathermagic.com, heathermagic.com. And we look forward to, I just booked her. She's going to be on the show again soon. So we're looking forward to that. We have a really special friend of ours live who's at the airport. So I'm going to actually go to him briefly right now. some of you have seen him. He's always on the panel, moving to the music and grooving, and people go, who is that masked man? Or I should say unmasked man. And it is our beloved friend, Jerry Anderson. And so there you are, Jerry. Do unmute yourself so we can hear you. And I think Jerry's got like an image behind him of one of his caves. Jerry is the wild abbot of the Mystic Monastery. He has co-sponsored one of our shows. He's co-sponsoring 2 more shows during this season, season 5, Our Time to Thrive. And we love you, Jerry. Thank you so much. How you doing, partner?
Oh, what a joy to be alive and serving the home office. Thank you for the food that you guys feed us 3 hours every week. It's necessary for healthy survival on this time we live.
Now you've got 10,000 acres in Puerto Rico. You're creating this incredible community. And I understand that one of the people that met you on Saturday Night Live flew out and spent a week with you. Tell us how that went.
It went so well that she decided that her family is here and this is her mission. And she flew out tonight to San Diego. She had a really cool thing happen to her. She has been waiting for 3 years to contact her daughter that has been disconnected to her. And while she was at the monastery, she's been praying and praying and praying to that. And yesterday, while she was at the monastery, her daughter called. Wow. So it was just a real nice miracle for her. And it's crazy to see how the universe draws in the right people when they're ready to serve the Lord.
Wow. Well, and just what happened for her, for Cindy, can happen for any of you. If any of you are interested in being a part of the incredible long-term community that Jerry is creating in San Juan, Puerto Rico, definitely contact him, or you can contact me and I'll put you in touch with them. This is going to be a big part of Global Peace Tribe. I know a lot of our Global Peace Tribers are going to end up on your community, and I'm looking forward to coming and visiting, hopefully in June.
Yes, excited for that day. Yes, you're welcome here.
Well, I wish you were. So you're flying now from Puerto Rico back to the mainland.
Pennsylvania. Yeah, tonight.
All right, well, safe flights. I can hear. It's so funny, the juxtaposition of hearing the airport sounds, but seeing the caves behind you.
Yeah. Yes.
Thank you so much, Jerry. We'll see you next week.
Blessings to you, Deborah and Scott, for carrying the torch the way you guys carry it.
Our pleasure. Love you.
Yes, love you too.
We're going to meet Jay and Jan and acknowledge them in a moment. But before we do that, I want to go to the kind of next piece that we had planned, which is to really acknowledge Reverend Michael Beckwith. Now, those of you that came into our early Zoom room show, I started that with a prayer from Reverend Michael when he was on our show. But for the majority of you that didn't get a chance to see that, I'm going to play a sequence when he was on our show talking about quantum healing. And this was a show that was sponsored by Jay Mayer and Light Touch. And we've had so many remarkable stories of quantum healing and teachers who have come on and shared with us wisdom about healing at a higher level. It was especially poignant for me to have Reverend Michael on the show. I've known him for a very long time. To be honest, I first started going to Agape when we were meeting in the basement of the Santa Monica Miramar Hotel on metal folding chairs. So there were like 20 of us. I just happened to be part of the very beginning with him. And I went to Jamaica with him in 1995 or 96, and I've interviewed him a dozen times. And so it was kind of like full circle when he agreed to be on Saturday Night Live. So here he is, one of the truly great voices of wisdom and inspiration, Reverend Michael Bernard Beckwith.
While I wait, I'll meditate. I heard that story in my mind. I said, Donna, while we're waiting for the transplant, why don't we try to heal your kidneys? And she said, yes. So all of the anxiety and all of the energy dissolved. And so then I asked the class, I said, how many of you today woke up and became very grateful that your kidneys are working? No one raised their hands. And so I said, this is what I want you to do. Every time you use the restroom today, I want you to bring Donna into your mind, and I want you to tap into the field and see her wholeness. We called it the PP prayer, praying while peeing. And we had the whole class do this. Donna, I gave her a book, and in the book, there was a chapter on physical healing. I told her to read, and there was a particular emphasis on the kidneys as a way of distilling toxins. I told her to read this book every single day and to begin to have a feeling of her own wholeness. So approximately a month later, we're meeting for their oral examinations, and Donna raises her hand very enthusiastically, and she says, my kidneys spontaneously healed. She went to the doctor, everything checked out. They wanted to do a slight operation on her to see why she forbid it. And to this day, and that was over 10 years ago, her kidneys are working. So what do? We allowed her to relax by having no attachment to an outcome. While we wait for the transplant, we'll work on your kidneys. And so in the waiting period, there was no attachment, there was no anxiety, there was no anxiousness about the healing. She just relaxed. The class tapped into the field, and every time they used the restroom for that 30 days, they brought Donna into their awareness, and they tapped into her wholeness, that perfect spiritual prototype that's impervious to time, impervious to experience and thought forms. And that's how they saw Donna. They didn't see her as an individual that was sick. They saw and felt her as an individual expression of the Most High God. And then Donna got her mind back by reading every single day about the possibility of physical healing, and then feeling into her own wholeness. The body temple began to respond, and it shifted her life. Not only did it shift her life in terms of the kidney, she began to exercise. She began to lose weight. She began to eat more nutritional food. She began to hydrate. She began to do things she wasn't doing before. So she had a total and radical shift in how she walked the planet. When we think about quantum healing, the quantum field is the unified field. We could call it divine consciousness. We can call it the field of unity. It's the field that I saw back in the 70s. It's the field that I see on a regular basis. The field that I saw 3 or 4 weeks ago when I was inundated into the light. Our role is to take our mind back from the worry, the doubt, the fear, the anxiety, all of those particular thought forms that create toxic chemicals that impede the immune system, get lodged in our nervous system, so that even when we're talking good about ourselves consciously, the nervous system has a memory of that anxiety that was captured by the worry. So we take back our mind where it was hijacked. We feel into our sense of wholeness. We invite the community to see the wholeness, and we do this with each other as we're speaking to each other this evening. We see each other as whole emanations, unique, one-of-a-kind expressions of infinite potential. Because this presence that is never an absence, never does a do-over, it never repeats itself, and it got you right the very first time. So there's nothing incurable. There's only incurable people who refuse to step out of the paradigm of the fear, the doubt, the worry, out of the paradigm of they're just a body. As Madhuri mentioned to us, we are vibrational beings. So as we lift our frequency with prayer, we lift our vibration with meditation, we lift our vibration with visioning, we lift our vibration with sacred service, we lift our vibration with the chant and the music and the dance. We lift our vibration by falling in love moment by moment by moment with the presence that is never an absence. Our vibration is lifted. We stabilize that lift with practice. We integrate the lift with practice so that there's an integration that takes place with every insight that we have coming from the quantum field. And then our life changes. Sometimes moment by moment by moment over a period of time. That's called Kensho. Sometimes immediately. That's Satori. So between the movement of Kensho, a slow burn of cleaning up the filters, and the immediate Satori of, I got it, oh my God, it's happening now. Our life goes on an arc of unfoldment, of which we are participating in. We're at the stage of our evolution. We're at the apex of an old form of evolution, the beginning of a new stage of evolution. The old form of evolution is that circumstances guide the evolution. The new form of evolution is that we participate in it. It's conscious evolution. We are participating in it regardless of condition, circumstance, situations. We choose by expanded awareness to tap into our wholeness, into that quantum field, and be conscious that the entire universe is for us and that there's nothing against us. We want to wake up every single day with that sense of gratitude, walk with that feeling tone, and then we're pulled by something so magnificent about us. Now, let us enter into that field together.
Let's just all take a breath. So much wisdom in what he just shared. One little thing I want to riff on is let's all see each other as whole. Let's notice when we're seeing ourselves, we're seeing somebody else as broken, as wounded, as damaged, as diseased, and instead see beyond that and see that divine blueprint, the perfection that's underneath all disease, all illusion. That's how we can change the quantum field that we're all living in. Well, we are about to meet some of the wonderful people that really helped to make this show happen. And that particular show, the Quantum Healing Show, all the indigenous shows, so many of our shows have been brought to you by Jay Mayer. And there he is, there's Jay. He's got the quantum field all around him, I can see, with his particular background. And behind every great Jay, there needs to be a Jan. And I'm looking for, there she is. Hey. So I really want to take a moment to thank Jay and Jan. Jay is our executive producer. Jan is our senior producer. And we didn't even know them. I mean, acquaintances when Saturday Night Live began. And they've now become absolute core family. And so thank you, Jay. Thank you, Jan. Not only have they provided financial support, but they create the majority of the videos that you see. Jan has become a fantastic producer, producing a lot of the shows that you've seen. She's got an amazing guests. She finds our indigenous elders. She hooked us up with Ellie from the Gentle Barn from a few weeks ago and several other people. So Jay, Jan, thank you so much. Do you have a word or two that you want to share for a minute?
Global Peace Tribe, worldwide, that's the goal, I'm not so much on formalized religion, but I think there's power in us all getting together for the highest good. And the planet needs us right now more than ever. And that's why Light Touch is here during the pandemic. And that's why all these beautiful souls are collecting so that we can increase our power and our outreach. And I just hope it keeps growing. And anyone that wants to help us get our message out there, it's going to be great. And I hope it just keeps going.
Thank you, Jay.
Yeah.
Anne?
Well, it's just, a treat to be here with everybody. It takes a village, and this is a global village. And, so I'm, you guys are the mama and the papa, and Jay and I are the auntie and the uncle. And and we've got a big family here. So it's really beautiful, to have all the great supporters and see everybody at the supporters parties. And anyways, we just really love what we do, and we love being here with you all. So thank you so much.
Great. Well, thank you both. We're going to meet a couple of other wonderful people that are part of our team. But before we do that, let's take a look at one of the videos that Jay and Jan have created. Light touch, just so beautiful, so beautiful. Beautiful. Thank you, Jay. Thank you, Jan. We're going to hear a little bit more from you later on in the show when we talk about our Indigenous elders. And I'm going to bring on our dear friends, John and Summer Raymer. There they are, one of the most beautiful couples I know. And John and Summer run the Sign Network, which has been a wonderful way. Many of you right now are watching us on Facebook pages and groups through the Sign Network. So John and Summer, hey, you two, thank you so much for your world service and all the events you've helped to co-create and co-produce during this, well, before the pandemic and certainly during the pandemic. Really appreciating you both so very much.
Yeah, it's really good to be here and honor your anniversary and just so much that you've brought the world during this time. I know that I've been personally fueled on my Saturday nights and just watching so many of your shows. I really truly look forward to it. It's such a medicine, and everyone that has contributed, those that are well known and those that are just that you've never heard of. Like, I've discovered so many extraordinary artists on this that I follow and dance to in my life because of Saturday Night Live. So I just really honor your team, Jay and Jan and Deborah and all of you. And it's so good to see Mark Sims here. I'm a fan of Mark Sims, and yeah, just it's great. We're grateful to be here.
What a time to be alive. My gosh.
Hi.
Bravo to you guys. Bravo to everybody.
Yeah.
I mean, we're all getting ready for something. It's a little over the event horizon, but it's coming. Somewhere between no longer and not yet. But we're determined to honor this moment and recognize this incredible opportunity to remake our world. So it's, they say a crisis is a terrible thing to waste. There's real suffering in the world, unbelievably so. And yet at the same time, this experience of being physically distanced and locked down has actually opened up and connected us in more ways than I ever thought we would ever be.
Yes.
So this is to us and to the reverent revolution that's upon us. And these moments, you can feel it just waiting to be born.
And I also just want to acknowledge too, part of what makes the Sign Network so special is that it includes so many individuals and organizations, and it is truly a synergistic, John keeps disappearing into the flower, but he's here. That it is an example of so many around the world saying yes to doing this together. And I just want to honor all that are part of what make the Sign Network. And those that maybe have not heard what that really means, synergized impact network exchange. It is a authentic, heart-centered group of people that we have been, there's been an allurement to the network over 3 years now. And, we, as Scott and Deborah go live on Unify Love Coach Academy's Facebook page, we are saying yes and making a sign wave that includes about 80 other Facebook pages and groups of really extraordinary networks within themselves. Each page represents incredibly good work and honor. So I just really want to say too, we come and represent so many in the Sign Network that are a part of that authentic trust and sharing that I think we really need at this time. And Saturday Night Alive is such a great example. I love what Marianne Williamson said in one of the clips earlier about the kaleidoscope. I really feel that here as this kind of building upon each other and feeding and pulsing a space where it can be music, it can be dance, and yes, the sorrow and the pain of these times, and then the medicine that fills our hearts, and you know, the support and that's going to the right places. And I just feel that this evening is such a great example and consistent. I just am blown away. And I've said this to Deborah and Scott before, your consistency to hold this up through all of this time is really like something to really like for all of us to honor about both of you. That consistency is so challenging to do right now. And I just like, thank you, truly. And I look forward to us continuing to support experiences like this great kaleidoscope of global peace. And yes, Jay, may we continue to expand and reach, because it's good for all of us. As we expand our networks, it is an example of how we need each other, and then it's good for all of us to have that space. So, yeah.
Well, thank you both so much, and God's blessings to the Sign Network. And look forward to lots and lots of collaborations. And stick around if you can, because we've got some really fun stuff ahead.
Yeah, good. Love to have fun.
I am going to do my very best to keep us as on time as possible. It's going to probably be a little bit of a longer show. One of the most important parts, of course, of Saturday Night Alive is music. You know, we'll hear inspiration like we just did from John and Summer and Reverend Michael, and then we have music. And one of our favorite musicians is Larisa Stow. Now, she's going to be with us live later on tonight. But this is kind of a fun sequence that we found. She was one of the very first people to come and play on our show back in the early days when, you know, I would see some of the, we had Fantuzzi, Io Storm Matthias, Tina Malia, Larisa Stow. These were some of the musicians who really blessed us at the beginning. And something very special happened when we heard this song that you're about to hear right now. So let's hear from Larisa Stow video, but still quite dynamic.
Hello Scott, hello everyone. We're so grateful to be here with you and to be a part of this show that's about sacred activism. And for me, sacred activism means that we are for something that we care about, that it's about love, and it's about really standing up for what we passionately care about in life, rather than being against something. So it's about raising our vibration and reaching out our hands and sharing our hearts. And Gandhi, this is one of my favorite examples, is that in South Africa, when there was this oppression against the Indians, Gandhi made friends with the Prime Minister, General Smuts, who was at the time about oppression of the Indians, and he would not give up with showing up and having conversations that came from a place of love and bridging friendship with General Smuts. And eventually General Smuts changed his mind and dropped his thinking and dropped into his heart. And when he was asked how Gandhi changed his mind, he said, "He didn't change my mind, he changed my heart." And that's what I think of as sacred activism. It's heart work, it's love work. And in that we sing, I need my mic, The Peacemakers. Give his mic. Tap on our hearts. Yeah, yeah. Oh, hey, yeah. Hey, yeah. Love, 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 love. You're in me. Love, 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 love.
on Kahn.
So I want to ask you all, what does it mean to really be a peacemaker in this world? Does it mean putting our ideas out there and being so into what we believe that we can't hear what others are saying? Or does it mean that we can become even more curious and like filled with wonder, trying to understand, trying to connect and understand someone else's suffering or their pain? And if we can do that, then we can begin to build bridges if we come from curiosity. And if we do that, then together we are evolving consciousness. And it goes love, 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 till there is no end of me. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Love, 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 till there is no end of me. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Do good, 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 till goodness becomes you. Do good, 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 till goodness becomes you. Yeah, 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 yeah. We shall be the peacemakers. We shall be the peacemakers. We shall become. We shall become the children of love. The children of love.
So when I first heard them playing that almost a year ago, it was like, oh my God, that's our theme song. And sure enough, as you all have seen now, when we open our show with our bumper, that's the music that we play. Now, the real Larisa Stow, as opposed to the video version, is going to be with us later on tonight. In fact, we're going to have her on live. And so we're excited about that. We're also excited that in just a few minutes, Uttal is going to be with us. Uttal is in the house, and he's going to be playing and doing some music for us live in about 3 or 4 minutes. But before that, Deborah and I want to take a moment right now just to invite everybody to join our new season. Tonight, this is the kickoff of season 5. Time to Thrive, our spring season, spring for those of us north of the equator, and autumn for those of us south of the equator. And so we're really excited. We've been working really hard to put together even more dynamic, incredible shows featuring a lot of the people that you know and love, and also some new people and some new themes. So to tell us more about it, take it away, Deborah.
Thank you, Scott. And yeah, this is another thing. We didn't know we were going to go to 5 seasons. After each season, Scott and I look at each other and are we doing it again? Yeah, we're doing it again. And it's been amazing evolution because it's really, truly a collaboration of so many resources, people, sponsors, everything that makes it go into this. And so, yeah, we're doing another season. This is April through June. And we've got really incredible topics, and want to thank you for your donations. When we do this show free for you each week, but we do love your donations and really appreciate your donations when you sign up. You can ping us some green love there. So when you sign up, that's so appreciated. Also, we'd love for you to help promote the show. I'm going to post in the chat room our promotional video and links that you can send out to other people, your friends, through email, through social media, and promote the show. That would be really helpful for us. And there's also a way you can pay it forward where you can gift a subscription to your friends and family. And I'm going to promote those links as well. So thank you so much for your support in all of this to bring these incredible shows to you each week. And we're going to share with you now the shows that we've come up with for season 5. So this is obviously our first anniversary show. And next week, we have an amazing show, Manifesting Our Natural Prosperity. We're going to be, our collaborator is Treya Dharma, and we're bringing in some high-level people like Charles Eisenstein, Lynne Twist, John Perkins to really talk about what's going on in our economy, all these shifts and changes, and what is the new economy that's evolving now that really is in balance with our earth and how we want to live our life. And then on April 17th, we are celebrating Earth Day, the new ecology rising. As we know, there are new ways to live in the earth with permaculture, with all kinds of ways that can really help heal the earth. And we've certainly seen that as we've been gentler on the earth, she's recovered more. So we're going to go into a lot of that. We've got Bill McKibbins with us, Pioneers founder, Kenny Oswald, and many, many other people. Just the giants of the ecology movement are going to be with us. And April 24th is near-death experience. We are going to talk very deeply on what it's like to go to the other side and come back with incredible best-selling authors like Anita Moorjani and Dannion Brinkley and other keynote speakers like that. And then on May 1st, we're going to bring back our Indigenous show again, sponsored by Jay Mayer and Jan of Light Touch. And that's going to be Spanning the Globe with Indigenous Wisdom. And on May 8th is the Divine Feminine show that we do every month that I help to spearhead. But we're going to bring in the Sacred Masculine because it's really the partnership in the physical and within ourselves of the Sacred Masculine and Divine Feminine that brings us forward. And then May 15th is one of our high-level collaborations with Teresa Collins, Global Coherence Pulse. And we have Bruce Lipton coming on that show. So going to be incredible. And Scott's going to tell you about the rest of our season.
Yeah, so on May 22nd, we're tackling one of the most important topics possible, and that is addiction, recovery, and suicide prevention. And it's going to be a very, very important show. And we've already lined up some really remarkable speakers for that. I want to thank Jerry Anderson for co-sponsoring that show. On May 29th, of course, one of our favorite people is Mark Sims. He's in the house. You're going to hear from Mark tonight. And it's going to be our next episode of Making Contact with Our Galactic Family. And you know, Mark always brings magic with him. And he's got something really special. And of course, we'll have other speakers, friends of Mark's. So you definitely want to join us on May 29th. On June 5th, we're tackling a new topic. Lori Grace is sponsoring a show all about brain fitness and the ways that we can optimize our entire body by optimizing our brain. And on June 12th, we're going to do something really fun. This is a Jay Mayer inspired show. It's going to be celebrating the 60s and how the music and the speakers and the leaders of the 60s have influenced us today, the true rise of the Aquarian Age. On June 19th, it'll be the Summer Solstice show. You know, every 3 months we do a show on the solstice or the equinox, and that's where we bring together really magical people, speakers and presenters. And then finally, on June 26th, we're going to be weaving together spiritual wisdom from Indigenous elders to some of our favorite spiritual teachers that we've been wanting to have on the show. So we're really excited about that. So please register, go to globalpeacetribe.com, register for season 5. And now to introduce Uttal, I'm turning it back over to Deborah. And you're muted, Deborah.
Thank you, Scott. Again, some of the magic of this show, a lot of the magic is the music, because that really helps to raise the vibration of the show, of our connection, way beyond what we can even sense and feel. It really connects us all. And Uttal, again, has been an incredible friend, musician in the Bay Area, but he's really worldwide known. He's a Grammy nominee, he's a kirtan artist, he's a multi-instrumentalist, he's a pioneer in world music and bhakti communities, and performing around the world for 50 years. A lot of us have been around doing it for a long time. And he came on our show at the very beginning, because we were all figuring out, what do we do here? How do we get the medicine out to people? And we reached out to Jai, and he said, of course I'll do the show. So he was one of our incredible keynote musicians at the beginning. So we wanted to bring him back tonight and honor him and have him do his special magic of a kirtan experience. So thank you, Jai, for being with us again tonight. You're muted, Jai. Yeah.
Okay, there we are.
Yeah, great.
Thank you, Deborah. Thank you, Scott. Thank you, all of our brothers and sisters in the global peace community. I'm so honored to be part of it. And gosh, I've known you for so long. But you know, this bringing the tribute to the 60s is on my 70th birthday, June 12th. So we're going to be out at the beach. I'm going to have to tune in. I'd like to share with everybody tonight a very simple kirtan. For those who aren't familiar with that term, it's basically call and response chanting, invoking, asking the divine spirit to be with us. And this chant that I'm going to sing has 3 words. The first word is Shri, and Shri is the goddess, the divine feminine, the divine mother. The second word is Ram, which means the infinite Lord. So it's goddess, God. And the third word is Jaya, which means victory. Victory to goddess, victory to God. Victory to the union of lover and beloved. Victory to the union of our inner soul with the great eternal soul. So it goes Shri Ram, Jaya Ram, Jaya Jaya Ram. And it might, you know, when Saturday Night Alive started back in April, I guess, a year ago, I think I might have sang the same melody in the same chant. I don't remember, but maybe some people will. So the thing about kirtan, it's well, in a way it's a performance in that we're all together. We're all the band performing to goddess and to God. So please, please, please sing with me. It's not the best spectator sport. It's more something to join in. Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram Om Shri Ram Jai Ram Shri Ram Jai Ram Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram Om Shri Ram Jai Ram Shri Ram Jai Ram Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram Om Shri Ram Jai Ram Shri Ram Jai Ram Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram. Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram. Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram. Shri Ram Jai Ram. Shri Ram Jai Ram. Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram. So I hear some of you singing, but I don't hear all of you singing. Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram. Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram. Shri Ram Jai Ram. Shri Ram Jai Ram. Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram. Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram. Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram. Om Shri Ram Jai Ram. Shri Ram Jai Ram. Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram. Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram. Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram. Om Shri Ram Jai Ram. Shri Ram Jai Ram. Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram. Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram. Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram. Om Shri Ram Jai Ram. Shri Ram Jai Ram. Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram. Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram. Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram. Om Shri Ram Jai Ram. Shri Ram Jai Ram. Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram. Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram. Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram. Om Shri Ram Jai Ram. Shri Ram Jai Ram. Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram. Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram. Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram. Om Shri Ram Jai Ram. Shri Ram Jai Ram. Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram. Om Shri Ram Jai Ram. Shri Ram Jai Ram. Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram. Om Shri Ram Jai Ram. Shri Ram Jai Ram. Jai Jai Ram. Ram Ram Shri Ram 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 Shri Ram 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 Shri Ram 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 Shri Ram 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 Shri Ram 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 Shri Ram 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 Shri Ram 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 Shri 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 Ram 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 Shri Ram 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 Shri Ram 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 Shri Ram 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 Shri Ram 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 Rama Ram. Thank you.
Oh, John. Oh, so beautiful. You just take us into such a beautiful place. Thank you so
Scott.
much. You know, one of the things going on, you'll have to go back and take a look at the chat box. People were reminiscing about all the different times that they've seen you play, heard you play, how you've impacted their life. all the way from one of my first memory of seeing you live at the House of Blues on Sunset Boulevard, and people being with you in Sebastopol and all over the world. So thank you so much for just contributing to our lives. You've been really one of the people that's just like the music of this life has included Uttal.
Oh, thank you so much, Scott. And oh, what a great memory House of Blues was. Wow, I hadn't thought about that for a while.
Yeah, my girlfriend at the time had such a crush on you, and I had to take her to see you, and I loved you, but I was totally jealous the whole time. She was
Well, those were crushy times. Come on.
Here we are 25 years later.
Yeah.
Hey, I want to remind everybody that you can get a lot of wonderful things from Uttal by going to his website. And it's his name, JAIUTTAL.com, JaiUttal.com. And you can find out about his new album, his news. And Patreon is such a great way. Earlier, we talked about it with Nina Grae. I support Nina through Patreon. A lot of our artists I'm now supporting that way. And I encourage everyone, let's face it, our artists are struggling. They're not able to be playing live shows during this pandemic. So Patreon is a wonderful, wonderful way. And I notice now that Jai is on Patreon, and it's just easy. You just you can make a monthly donation. And most Patreon, there it is. So you can $1 a month or $5 a month or $100 a month. Let's all support Jai. Let's support our musicians during this time. It's really, really important. So
thank you, Scott, and thank you, Deborah, and thank you, everybody. Namaste.
Namaste. As Swami Byandananda says, namaste, namasko. Well, this show began over a year ago as a fundraising event for Fantuzzi. And now Deborah and I are going to share a little bit more about how it's grown and expanded. And I'll turn over to Deborah to talk about that.
Thank you, Scott. Yeah, that has been one of the most powerful things that we've been able to accomplish, because it's really the power of community that can focus and make a difference in someone's life or in a whole community. We're talking about our GoFundMe campaign that we had all throughout last year, where we brought on community organizations that are really making a difference during this time, that are going out and helping people that couldn't get food because of COVID. They couldn't get out, or just helping COVID in some way. And some of our Indigenous elders, there's Grandmother Flor de Mayo, and we actually raised, with your support, $75,000 that we sent back out to the world. People's community medics that helped with healing, Meals on Wheels, the Healing Clinic Collective. Each week we had featured one of these nonprofits, and your green love and donations came in, and we were able to send that back out to communities and to individuals. Individuals like Blaine Lyon, when he was dealing with his cancer, we were able to fund him. Maria de la Paz, third stage breast cancer, made a big difference in their world from your funding. And Dream Corps by Van Jones, important organization. Pachamama Alliance that works with the indigenous in Ecuador and Peru. And we went to other organizations all around the world. Care for Nepal, especially in Nepal when they had the earthquake, a lot of things got destroyed and we were able to help them. And in Africa, in Zanzibar. And other organizations like Foundation for Law of Time and Planet Restoration that goes around restoring nature, and the Goodness Tour. So there's about, maybe 35 organizations that we've supported just by you sending your green love into the GoFundMe. And we're going to keep doing that as things come up. Also, we appreciate your support to Saturday Night Alive with our GoFundMe as well. And we're going to put the GoFundMe in the chat box here just to support our season 5 for tonight. So we're going to do that. there's another aspect of the funding that we have, and I think Scott has a really incredible video that we're going to show. When the wildfires happened in California and Colorado, that was big time support that we were able to give to individuals that had everything wiped out for them. And we did that for several months, where we were able to fund people in Oregon, California, and in Colorado, and generate money for them. Yeah. And Scott pulled out an incredible video. You want to talk about that?
Yeah, this is one of the most powerful moments from Saturday Night Live. And obviously we've had so many incredible moments. But pretty much, as she said, September, October, November, all of our fundraising was going towards supporting people who had lost their homes in the wildfires. And one particular show, it was the Teresa Collins. Every 3 months we have Teresa on the show. She's going to be on a little bit later on tonight with Global Parent Pulse. And we had Kristen Hoffman, the amazing musician. And she's now been on Saturday Night Live several times. We're going to do a whole special event with Kristen and Cornflower in June. But back last fall, as fate would have it, we had a woman on who had lost her home, and you're going to hear her speak. And then immediately after that, we had Kristen playing music. And the juxtaposition, I watched this the other day and I wept. And I think you're all going to really appreciate it. It's very, very powerful. So let's go back in time a little bit to last autumn. And here we go.
No, thank you so much for having me on. I really appreciate everything you guys are doing for everyone. And it was really lovely to hear Redwood talk about his story. I feel like I'm really wanting to hear from other people who have gone through this type of thing, just to kind of grasp sort of the grief of it all. I don't know if you want me to share, just sort of bring you through the pictures. We were given about 10 minutes to evacuate. It was pretty far. That was our house before. And that's what happened about a month ago. October 17th was when the fire broke out, and it just really, really spread quickly within a matter of hours. About 26 homes were lost in North Boulder. That's the back of the house looking inward into the basement. It was my dream house, and it was on the side of the mountain, and it was just like, Redwood was saying, also has beautiful backyard, beautiful trees and so forth. So it's sort of hard looking at some of the photos, but yeah. So we, my family, I have 2 small children, and my husband and I, we evacuated. We took our dogs. We had 2 bunnies. And everyone was safe. And my parents actually also lived with us. And they were just living with us temporarily while they got back on their feet, and then they lost everything. So, but we feel really lucky, and we feel very blessed. Like, the whole Boulder community has been just so incredible and very supportive. And, it's my home. I was born there. I was born in Boulder, and the
Courtney, you just froze. This is the Community Foundation Relief Fund.
And they had introduced me to you all, and so the donations aren't necessarily directly for me. It would be for the entire community, and it's called the 2020 Fire Relief Fund, and it's supporting individuals who really need it. We were lucky enough to have insurance, and I have my job and my husband has his job, and so we feel just really lucky. But now we're homeschooling our children with no home, so it's been quite the year. But this organization is putting together relief efforts for the land restoration, which is something that's really going to be important for us. It's extremely expensive to restore land after a fire, and doing as much as we can to try and get it back up and going. So anyways, the donation link helps many people. It also helps nonprofits helping the individuals who have lost their homes, as well as the restoration of the land, and trying to figure out what we're going to do.
Thank you so much, Courtney, for coming on and sharing your story and your heart. And we're going to have Kristen Hoffman come and sing for us again as people take some time to make a donation to the fund. And yeah, I mean, it's so deeply touching to see the pictures and to know that in a moment you had 10 minutes, like same with Redwood, like to get out and then to have everything gone in those moments. And we just really want you to feel our love and our care and our support, and as if it were us. That's how we have to care for each other, as if it were us. So thank you so much for your
thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Kristen, will you come and bring some music while we take some time to make a contribution to these funds?
Yes. I want to share an improv, or a piece that I call soul-om. When I go into an improv space, I envision that it's soul or light weaving with om, the vibration of the universe. So Courtney, just sending this piece to you. And as I'm diving into this improv, I like to think that we are all consciously co-creating this piece together from our hearts. So just feel this music, and may it bring you some healing.
Oh, love, can we feel you dancing? Oh, I feel you dancing. Hear you in all lives.
Isn't that just remarkable? Kristen Hoffman is such an extraordinary musical force. Just the juxtaposition, and what brought tears to my eyes especially was when we just heard this woman talk about losing her dream home and then talk about how she feels so lucky and so blessed. Isn't that an amazing thing? So thank you to everybody who has donated. So many of you bringing so much green love to people through our fundraising up to this point, and we will continue to fundraise. Just last week, we raised $2,500 for the Native American Indigenous elder women that we had on the show. So we will continue to fundraise, and thank all of you for that. All right. We still have a lot of really wonderful things happening. In a few minutes, we're going to have Mark Sims joining us, and we've still got some great music, but it's time for some more magic. And we actually have one of our favorite magicians. We're going to show his video, and I just sent him a note saying, well, we've chosen some of our favorite magic, and of course, that's you, Paul. He said, well, why don't I just come on live? And I said, well, yeah, okay. So here he is. You've seen him on the show before. It's Paul Draper. Yes.
Yay! Okay, it's time for some magic, traditional magic wand, because we're going to have a ball. We're going to have a ball together, do some magic. Wait a minute. Now I don't have a magic wand. I need your help. Over here is a standard Harry Potter magic wand box. And always in my box from all of Unders, I keep my magic wand. It's always right. Oh no. I need your help. Everybody picture a magic wand. The black wand with the white tips. Picture it. Wiggle your fingers. 3, 2, 1, just like that. There's my wand. A classic Wait a minute. Which one of you thought about this style of wand? No, we always manifest what we want. So the kind of, we've all been dealing with all sorts of struggle and difficulties lately, I know. I myself am on my last day of a week of matzah. It's been horrible. A week of not only matzah, hot horseradish. Can we get that in there? Hot horse? No, okay. So today is not only freedom from that, but freedom from the matzah and horseradish as well. And since today is a day of celebration, because it's been a 1-year anniversary. Whenever there's a 1-year anniversary, I always wonder who's going to bring the cupcakes. That's what I want to know. And if you don't like angel food cake, I'm always prepared. We can pull off a little and make devil's food cake. We have you covered. Whatever you want, the party is here. I loved hearing the fellow doing the kirtan just a little bit ago. As a religious Jew, I first got into kirtan. There's a kirtan rabbi. Search it out. He's fascinating to listen to. As many of you know, the last place that I was performing live and in person was at Disneyland. And Disneyland is going to open up again next month. And I'm not sure if I'll be going back immediately because I gathered big, huge crowds of hundreds of people an hour. So they probably don't want that right now. But one of the joys of working at Disneyland is telling the stories that the Disney movies are based on. This is a magic carpet. Do you remember the story the magic carpet was in? That's right, it's Aladdin. But Aladdin didn't have a Persian carpet. No! Aladdin, if you read the original tales of Scheherazade, Aladdin takes place in China. So he had a bamboo carpet. And there were 3 animals in Aladdin. There was a monkey, a tiger, and a bird. This is maybe too small to make a tiger appear, so I'm going to try for the bird. Okay, everyone wiggle your fingers and say bird. 3, 2, 1. Wait a minute. Did you hear that? Inside of there is now a singing bird in a bird cage. What? Don't worry, little buddy, I'll feed you in a minute. But most of us, shh, But most of us, when we think about Aladdin, we're not thinking about the bird or the tiger. We're thinking about the genie. The genie, ultimate phenomenal power, itty bitty living space. Ba-dum bum, ba-dum, ba-da-dum, ba-dum, da-da-da-da-dum. So I was doing a show this week for a little boy, a whole school in learning Bengali in that region of India, and that's where Bengal tigers come from. And I brought on the little boy, and it was his birthday, and I said, "Okay, I'm going to have you help me with the next piece of magic." And he said, "No, Mr. Magician, pick up the mat. I want the Bengal tiger." The Bengal tiger? Which one? He says, "Raja from Aladdin." Boom! There's Raja from Aladdin. That's just silly. But it was fun for him because I wasn't ready to perform that, and he called for it, and so I did it. So now I'll show you something that Houdini used to do in his shows. Are you ready? Houdini did a set of skills, incredible skills. Houdini died on Halloween night in 1926 at the age of 52, like there are 52 cards in a deck of cards. And I was born 52 years later on Halloween night. A trick from Houdini's show. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Got it! Now, when Houdini did it, they weren't attached. He didn't have them. They were at, I shouldn't have shown you that. That was dumb. It's so fun to get to come on here every few weeks and share a little magic with everybody. Do I have time for one more minute? One more minute? Yeah, let's do one more minute. I will do what. Let me bring on somebody. Does someone want to be a psychic with me? I need a psychic. Who wants to play psychic with me? Raise your hand. Can we bring on a psychic? Just pop them up on the screen.
All right, here comes Jay.
Jay, are you going to be my psychic? Jay, you have to unmute yourself.
You got to unmute, Jay.
I love your name, Jay. One letter. It's enough. You don't need more than that. You own that letter. Now, Jay, I have some ESP cards. Star, circle, bacon, plus, square. Which pile do you want to be yours, Jay? The one my hand's over or the other one?
The one your hand's over.
That's your pile. This one's mine. Jay, they used this on Ghostbusters. Dr. Venkman studied psychics with this, and the way it works is I put electrodes in the homes of all 350 people watching live, and if you get this wrong, they're going to receive a horrible electric shock. But if you get it right, they're all going to manifest beauty and joy for the upcoming year. So it's all on you. Which card is that one, Jay?
Ace of Spades.
No, it's got to be either a star, a circle, a wavy, a plus, or a square.
Square.
A square. Perfect. You were so good at this, Jay. I'm going to mix them up again. Jay, what card is that one?
That's swirly.
The wavy lines?
Yeah.
Okay, wavy lines. Now look, still on the table are the star, the circle, and the plus, which is awesome because in my hand are also the star, the circle, and the plus. 3 cards. So, Jay, you're doing a perfect job. Here, let me lay these down right there. I'll mix these up again. Jay, which one is that? Star, circle, or plus?
Star.
Jay, you are doing such a good job. I have left in my hand the circle and the plus. Jay, you are doing a perfect job. You are psychic Jay. Now, Jay, you didn't know you were going to be helping me today, right? No. Okay. Jay, which one is this? The circle or the plus?
Plus.
The plus. And that makes this one?
Circle.
Circle. Do you want to change your mind?
No.
Happy with the mind you have. Now that's really important. Jay made every single choice. Every single choice all the way through was made by Jay. And yet somehow Jay was able to figure out that we had a circle and a circle. Underneath it, we had a plus and a plus. You all saw how great he did with the star and the star. He said the last one here was the wavy lines, which it is, and the first one was the square. Psychic Jay! Psychic Jay, everybody! Oh, Jay, thanks so much for helping me out. Well, I look forward to seeing you all again. If you want to see more of what I do, PaulDraper.com. PaulDraper.com.
Oh, Paul, I'm going to pull you. I got so wrapped up watching you, I forgot to pull up your website.
Oh,
Here.
yeah, PaulDraper.com.
No, I got it. I just get so enraptured, I don't want to miss a second. So yes, go to pauldraper.com. And you're going to be back on the show like in the next week or two, I believe.
Yeah, you're going to have me back again. I got to come up with more magic.
That's right. Paul, you're fantastic.
Thanks, everybody. I love the show. Bye.
Thank you. That's great. Oh, God. That always turns me into being a 10-year-old boy watching magic. Well, we've tackled so many different themes. And when the murder of George Floyd took place, we did 2 shows revolving around Black Lives Matter. And then in January, we did a show honoring Martin Luther King. I'm going to show a little bit more from those shows during our after show tonight. So just a reminder to stick around for the after show, because we've still got a lot left to show. But one of the things that's been wonderful is that Jay and Jane come up with wisdom jewels. And so just as a brief little moment of remembering the Martin Luther King show, this is a wisdom jewel that Jay and Jane created for us.
Don't allow anybody to make you feel that you are nobody. Always feel that you count. Always feel that you have worth. And always feel that your life has ultimate significance.
So beautiful, so powerful. That man's voice, right? Really something. We're going to, Deborah, let's do the mid-show announcements after Mark Sims, so we can catch up a little bit on time. So I get to bring on one of our favorite people, and I'll bring Deborah on too, so we can honor and acknowledge. This is Mark Sims. And Mark is, of course, who really made the Harmonic Convergence 2020 happen on so many levels. And that brought people from all over the world together as we really reestablished and brought in the Aquarian Age. And it's been such a joy to work with Mark on several shows. And we've got a great one coming up on May 29th. But right now, I just want to say thank you, Mark, for all you've done to build community. And I'm going to bring on one of your cohorts in crime here. I do believe, yeah, I was kind of waiting for him to show up, and there he is. He's even got the Festival of Light background, since Festival of Light's going on right now. Hey, Alan.
Hey, yeah, I just want to say Mark is going to do a special CE5 on May 2nd in Sedona in alignment with my book launch that's happening at Unity of Sedona. So everybody's invited. It's free, and we're going to go out to the desert after the book signing.
Okay, so just to be clear, on May 2nd, people can go live, actually go to Sedona, be with you live. Yes. Or will it be broadcast?
It'll be broadcast on New Realities. I think Deborah's going to be in Sedona, actually.
Yeah.
So,
all right.
We have a
synchronistically here. I'm going to be there.
So awesome. This is the launch of my book called Making Contact. Should I just bring up a screen share quickly?
Sure.
And this is actually a nice endorsement by George Norrie himself, who wrote the foreword. I feel this is one of the best approaches to grasping the most jarring enigma that has ever faced humanity. So I just say in the book, it's not about belief, it's about discovery. That's the key to making contact, right, Mark?
Yes, absolutely.
The work you've done with Jimmy really demonstrates what's possible, that making contact is available. It's a two-way street. It's up to us to reach out as whoever's out there is reaching down, and Jimmy and Mark have discovered a way, and we're going to reproduce that hopefully in Sedona after the book signing.
That's exciting. Well,
Yes.
I'm going to put the full spotlight on Mark because I want to give him a moment to say hello.
Hello, everyone. It's great being here. I am such a huge fan. And of course, I've been on the program many times. I'm so honored to be invited. And I guess you have a clip. I know you have a clip that you're going to show in a moment. And it's such a cool little video. And I'll just want to kind of let everyone know what you're about to see really happened. It was at the end of a show that we did back in February, a Making Contact show. And at the end, we attempted to initiate contact with the radios, and it really didn't work. And we ran out of time, and it wasn't a lot of time to give them a chance to respond. But I had my cell phone set up and I was recording myself at the end because I wanted to capture, my radios are over here. And so I had my camera to my right, and I was able to capture this incredibly powerful moment. So I'm really happy to share this with everyone.
Okay, here we go.
So we'll give this a few moments and then maybe we'll call it a night. It's approaching 11 o'clock Pacific time.
2 o'clock East Coast. And we do have
That's
East Coast.
right.
Yeah.
Okay, it's 11:24 on the evening of February 6th. I just finished the show with Scott Katamas and Deborah Giusti on Saturday Night Alive. We had the Making Contact show this evening. And just a few minutes ago, we ended the show. And as soon as we ended the show, this radio that I was attempting to initiate contact with started lighting up. So I just wanted to document this, that contact has been made. And anyway, it's pretty cool. All right. I'll sit here for a second and let this roll for a moment. We got one, it's been chirping every 30 seconds or so. I'll be right back. I have to use the restroom real quick.
All right. Oh, wow. If you could see this. They're going off. Yeah. You got a little orchestra.
Oh my gosh, they're going off now. Wow. There they go. Wow. Well, that guy is not going. Are you gonna go? Hello. So, all right. I'm going to stop it here.
I love you, Mark. I mean, it's almost like they have a sense of humor. The moment you go to pee, it's like
Right. It was very funny. They do have a sense of humor. And I've been working with these radios now for over 7 months, and it's evolved over that time. And I really have a relationship with whatever's on the other side of these radios communicating with me. And though they don't speak in words, there's clearly emotion and humor and excitement that comes through. And it's really inspirational and motivating for me to continue studying these and this phenomenon. And now there are literally hundreds of people who are trying this and contacting me. It's become a full-time job, just helping people use the radios properly and then hearing their exciting stories. And so Whitley Strieber, by the way, famous author, one of the most well-known abductee cases in the world. He is now a good friend because of the radios, and I was on his show this morning, and he's a true believer that this is a big deal.
Wow. Well, I'm certainly a true believer, and I know that Deborah and Alan and we all just, Summer is smiling there. So I'm going to bring on your friends for a moment. There's Alan again, and of course, Deborah and Summer. So
this is a breakthrough, Mark. You have made a breakthrough in contact.
Well, Jimmy deserves all the credit. My friend Jimmy Blanchett, just real quickly, has been doing this now for about 3 years, maybe 4. And he's been very apprehensive to come out and speak publicly. And I've nudged him and helped him gain that confidence. And so I'm just so proud of the guy. This is, I believe, the beginning of true contact, mass contact with a, citizens diplomacy initiative. And that's what it should be. That's the only way it's going to work.
Great.
Well, thank you so much, Mark. We love you very much. And now we know everybody. People, let's all be planning on coming out to Sedona,
May 2nd.
Yep, there it is.
Unity Church, 2 p.m. There'll be other speakers there. JJ Hurtak will be speaking. I'm going to get some of the local people. I'm inviting Travis Walton out there. So it's going to be a mini UFO festival, and Mark's going to be speaking. And then we're all going out to the vortexes to call them in. So be there.
All right. So May 2nd, Sedona, that's the place to be.
That's the
book. I like your hat, Alan.
What's that? You like? That's
something. I like your hat.
That's my hat. So Making Contact will be launching that day. So I'm really excited. And we're doing a show with you, Scott, on the 23rd.
That's right. On April 23rd, Alan will be my guest on the Street Talk show. Right. So you'll get a chance to be with Alan, and we'll have a couple of other of the people that are part of his book. So Friday night, April 23rd, Alan Steinfeld with Scott and Trish on Straight Talk. And I think you can have a couple of other people. And then, of course, May 2nd in Sedona. And then May 29th, Saturday Night Alive, Making Contact. Thank you, everybody.
And people can order the book on Amazon if they want it. Okay. Thanks, Scott and Deborah.
Thanks, Alan.
Thanks, Mark.
All right, we got to move this show forward. So a reminder, we are now about to go into the mid-show announcements. And that's where we kind of thank people. And just as we were thanking Mark and Alan for all that they've done to help create the shows for us, I want to thank our broadcast partners and really want to start by thanking Unify. All the people at Unify that do so much to bring us out there. And right now, thousands of people are going to watch us through Unify. And a lot of you are watching us right now because of Unify. So thank you, thank you, thank you. Adil, Patrick, Tammy, Jennifer, and the whole team. Shaquille, our amazing tech god at Unify, thank you. The Sign Network, we've got John and Summer right now with us. So every week you hear me thank the Sign Network, but you just got a chance to meet John and Summer. And you also got a chance to just meet Alan Steinfeld. He's who runs New Reality's YouTube channel, which always carries Saturday Night Live, as well as the Street Talk and Sacred Sunday shows. Of course, Jay Mayer and Light Touch. These are all of our friends that are with us. Those of you who came on early, I showed the video from Lauren and New Earth One, one of our newer broadcast partners. And of course, I run Love Coach Academy, where the show has been originating for the last year. And we want to thank all of our other friends, Earth Dance Global, and a big special prayer for Sandra at this time in her life. Also want to acknowledge Humanity's team, Portal to Ascension, Disclosure Fest. We really love Neil Gar and Adrian Valera, Global Days of Unity, Earthwalk United, thank you to the team over there. And our newest broadcast partner, Enlightened World Network, Ruth Anderson. We're doing a special show with her on my Sacred Sunday show on April 25th. That'll be the same weekend that Alan Steinfeld is on Street Talk. And that's really cool. We've got the Friday night show and the Sunday morning show, which are opportunities to go more in depth to some of the people you've met on Saturday Night Alive. And now for a little bit more, here's my partner, Deborah Giusti.
Yeah, just again, thank you for all your donations in the GoFundMe, your donations when you register. This really helps us produce these quality shows. Thank you to the sponsors. Thank you to everyone collaborating together at such a high level at this time. We really appreciate you. And all the donations that come in will be used to create these shows and go to our nonprofits and all that we fund. So thank you so much. And we have a great show coming up next week. Scott, do you want to share about our new show?
I will in a moment, but you know what? Before I do that, I'm going to play, because I queued something else up. This is just to remind people to really register for season 5. And so in registering for season 5, we want to remind you of all the amazing things that you're going to see. And this is our trailer that just kind of recaps what we're all about.
What are your favorite ways to relax and be entertained? Festivals and concerts? Sporting events? Going out to restaurants, clubs, or to the movies? Sadly, due to the pandemic, most of these options are no longer available. There is a wonderful solution for entertainment and inspiration. It's Saturday Night Alive for the Global Peace Tribe. Ready for community inspiration and magical moments online? Since April 2020, this dynamic show has touched the lives of people all around the world. Join prominent luminaries, musicians, magicians, and comedians. This is your chance to relax and enjoy uplifting entertainment and inspirational messages from the comfort of home. Together, we are creating a new paradigm. Saturday Night Alive showcases internationally acclaimed speakers, best-selling authors, and wisdom keepers. Let them illuminate your path with tips, tools, and insights. It also sheds light on many timely topics. Discover how to master your relationships. Dive into the secrets behind ancient history. Receive deep wisdom from indigenous elders, and much more. Dance along to live performances with high-vibe musicians and hear what these brilliant performers have to say. Experience major artists from the Conscious Festival circuit and beyond. You'll be dazzled by our conscious comedy, magnificent magic, and spoken word. The show is meeting our needs during these critical times. Saturday Night Alive delivers inspirational wisdom, community connection, and positive vibes. Join us every Saturday night, 6 p.m. Pacific, 9 p.m. Eastern, or catch the replays. Register for Zoom Room access. Enjoy live chats and a pre-show experience with presenters and the Global Peace Tribe. Saturday Night Alive for the Global Peace Tribe. Find out more and register now at globalpeacetribe.com.
So we'd love to have you spread that video around in your world. Please send it, put it on Facebook. Please send it out on email, share with your friends, because that will really share what people can get with Saturday Night Alive. And so in the chat box, I've posted the link, and also with that, put the link to register, but people can always go to globalpeacedrive.com. You know, word of mouth is gold. So we really appreciate your help in spreading the word, because this show does help a lot of people, and we're all here to spread the light and spread the love at these critical times. So thank you so much. And also pay it forward. If you want to gift people with a subscription, that's another way that you can get it out there. So I'm going to post those links in the chat room. And they're also in the replay email that you get on Mondays. Every Monday, we send you an email with the replays and all these links. So if you don't catch it now in the chat box, just check out that email and they're all there. So thank you so much for helping us get this word out.
Great. Thank you so much, Deborah. And yeah, let's, you know, showing that promo trailer, like I have friends that kind of knew I was doing this, and then I showed them the trailer. It's like, oh my God, I can't believe I've been missing the show every week. So using that trailer is a great way to tune people onto the show. And just want to real briefly tell you about what we got coming up. Next week, it's all about manifesting prosperity in a natural economy. And we've got great people. We've got Lynne Twist, we've got John Perkins, Charles Eisenstein, Jeff Vanderkloot, Pari Patri, and Guinevere Bridge. And you saw Daniel Balone. He's one of our favorite musicians. He'll be back playing. And then Olax, a remarkable group from Siberia. And Paul Draper. You saw Paul doing magic a few minutes ago. He'll be back doing magic. And Swami Beyond Ananda is going to provide some comedy. So we're really excited about that. And then the week after that, it's Earth Day. And we'll be doing our, well, I'm going to say annual Earth Day show. That means that I just signed Deborah and I up for doing this for the next several years. But I had a chance to talk to Lynne Twist yesterday, and she recorded this for us. It's really sweet. We love Lynne Twist, one of our favorite speakers. She's been on the show many times.
I want to invite everybody to make sure you do not miss Saturday Night Live on April 17th, which is the Earth Day show. Earth Day is such a precious day on this planet, particularly now, particularly after the pandemic. And it's the 1-year anniversary of Saturday Night Live. And the theme for 2021 Earth Day is New Ecology Rising. So please join Saturday night, April 17th. Don't miss it for the Earth Day show. Thank you.
Thank you, Lynne. One of the things that's really sweet is that Lynne actually said that she watches the show even when she's not on it. That's kind of like the highest, the highest compliment. So speaking of some of our favorite people, we are going to now play a video of one of our favorite musical performers, and that's Deva, Premal, and Miten. And again, this was very meaningful for me. Deva, Premal, and Miten were both very involved with Osho and the Osho community. And so was my wife. And my wife actually knew them like 30 years ago back in India. They were all dear friends. Of course, as most of you know, my wife passed away, but it was wonderful to have Deva, Premal, and Miten back on the show. And so this is a chance for us to kind of drop in again to the beautiful sacred music you're about to hear. And so I invite you to drop in and feel the energy with you. Here we go, Deva, Premal, and Miten. Thank you.
To sing this for yourself in your rooms and your temples. I'm sure you all know the words to the Gayatri Mantra, and we'll play for you. And nice to give you a space to sing. Okay.
Sham no mitra, sham maruna, sham no bhavid varyamam, sham na indro brahaspati, sham no vishnu rukrama, namo brahmane, namaste vayu, tvamiva pratyaksham brahmasi, tvamiva pratyaksham brahma vadisyami, ritam vadisyami, satyam vadisyami, Tanmam avatu, tatvaktaram avatu, avatu mam, avatu vaktaram.
Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. You join us. Om Shanti, 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 Shanti. A prayer for universal peace. Please sing. Please sing. That's my friend from India. I know exactly who that was. Let's join together. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti for universal peace. We join Deva. Om Shanti, 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 Let's take a moment to close your eyes. Just come home for a moment. So excited to be all together. This is a moment we can be together, really together in our hearts, in our silent moment with the Gayatri Mantra.
Beautiful. Just beautiful. I had a really beautiful experience about 10 years ago before my wife passed away. We spent 4 weeks in India with Draper, Premal, and Miten on the VIP campus of the Oneness University. And every morning, we spent every day with them, 3 meals a day and such. And every morning they would play the Gayatri Mantra for all of us. That's how we kind of start our day as we came together. So very, very precious memories there. Speaking of precious memories, one of the wonderful things that we've started doing, because we are expanding out, we're not just on Saturday nights, we do special events now. And one of the special events that we do is every 3 months we have a supporters party. And we just had actually our supporters party for the spring recently. And it was really, really fun. I'm going to bring up the poster for it. So this was the supporters party that we had on March 25th, about 10 days ago. Grae came and spoke. We always have a wonderful musician. We had Johanna One-Heart. You've seen her many times on the show. Swami Beyondananda provided comedy. And it's a chance for us to gather with you, to bring some of our supporters on and for us to get to know each other. It's very informal. And it's really fun connection time. And at one of our supporters parties, the holiday party, Kahn wasn't even invited. I mean, we invited everybody, but we didn't plan on him coming, but he showed up. And to tell us a little bit more about that, here's Deborah.
Yes, Scott. And the supporters party are also really great because people get to meet each other. We actually have breakout rooms. So you get to meet other people in the Global Peace Tribe in the supporters party. And they're really for our major supporters, which could be volunteers, anyone that's donated over $50, or anyone that's contributed. So it's a really good group of people that come to these parties, and we expand them each time, and we do one per season. So I wanted to let you know about that. But the last party before that Scott's talking about is we had a surprise visit from Kahn, which was really wonderful. He's one of our major keynotes. You may know him. He's author of best-selling book, Whatever Arises, love that, and very popular on YouTube. And so he gave us a transmission that Scott is going to show.
You know, again, I just want to thank you both and all of you for being here tonight and having me on your show. And, you know, we were talking earlier about growing up in Los Angeles, and I grew up in the entertainment industry. And when I first came in this field of consciousness, I was kind of a lone wolf and found a lot of competition versus collaboration. And so I've been kind of doing my own thing and just doing what I'm called to do, which is represent the vibration of love, and to be a part of this kind of collaboration where we can all bring our strengths to the forefront and we can all share with an audience and bring the kind of inspiration and the kind of love and the kind of energetic sustenance that so many of us and so many in the world really need right now, in a time of uncertainty, in a time when, and I know I'm not the oldest person in the world, but when I first was on this path, it was really interesting. And it's been interesting up until the last year, because I think there's something about exploring consciousness in the vacuum of going to a bookstore, going to an event, a yoga studio. You've chosen to go there. It's a controlled setting. You're choosing to do the inquiry. You have this fundamental impression that you're controlling the pace of the journey and the terms and conditions. And one of the things that I appreciate about 2020 is that all of what we've learned and what we've hopefully practiced puts us in a position where the spiritual path is now of necessity, not of luxury or choice. And that really, life on life's terms really gives us less and less options. And I think what we discover is when we have less options, the directions become quite obvious. There's a path of relief. There's a path of insufferability. And I'm just humbled to represent a love that holds a container that can embrace the human spirit for whatever degree of suffering needs to be before willing to step forward and take the direction we're all meant to take. And so I find these to be very humbling times. And I find these to be extraordinary times because it really helps us see what teachings are really approachable, are practical, and really are going to lead us where we're meant to be. And so I was joking earlier and I said, when you've been trained to be a firefighter, the flames can't get big enough. And I just want to thank all of you here for being fellow firefighters, and all of us really who are just in the presence of these flames of grace that are melting away such delusion and unconsciousness and really bringing the divine feminine back into equal power. And so many beautiful things are happening, but, we're all doing this together. It's not a matter of what I'm doing. It's a matter of what we're all doing together. And so I just wanted to come on briefly. I can't be on that long, but just to say, hey, thank you for having me. And thank you all for everything that we're doing to really create the kind of world that we've been all preparing for. So thank you all.
Wow. Thank you so much, Matt. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So yeah, you never know what's going to happen on our shows. So much magic, so much beauty, so much love, so much wisdom from everyone, including everyone that's out there listening. It's really amazing what's generated on these shows, and deep gratitude for everyone and everything.
Thank you. Well, to introduce our next section, we've got another one of the wonderful wisdom jewels that Jay and Jan create. So beautiful. It's just such great work that Jay and Jan do. And I'm going to bring them on for a moment so we can, again, just acknowledge them and appreciate them, you know, and I'll bring on Deborah also for a second. Just thank you so much for all the work you do in creating these videos and finding such amazing Indigenous people. And Jay has been very, very dedicated to Indigenous and reminds us that we really owe our Indigenous elders a lot of gratitude, and that their wisdom is the very wisdom that we need at this time. So thank you, Jay, for reminding us of that and for sponsoring all the Indigenous shows. We've got another Indigenous show coming up on Jay's birthday weekend. May 1st is going to be the next Indigenous show that Jay is sponsoring, and we're really excited about that. So thank you. And Jay and Jan, I mean, we've done 4 Indigenous shows and they're all amazing. But they put together a really wonderful short montage just of some of the special moments from the first Indigenous shows that we've had so far. Let's take a look.
And the healing of one is the healing of all. The honor of one is the honor of all. That, from that fundamental understanding of oneness, we then understand as well the soul, our soul, has no ethnicity, has no gender, has no division whatsoever. Our soul is a reflection of the oneness of the Creator.
Our law is truth, family, health, and culture. That's our law. And when we apply those to that prayer of, and then the fundamentals that we all use, love, honor, respect, dignity, pride, compassion, understanding, truth, knowledge, and wisdom, that's the foundation of humanity.
Find me, guide me, fill me with heaven's light. Protect me and fold me, watch me through the night. Way, way, where we go, where we go, where way, way, where we go, where we go, way, way,
Godillo, the animals. We gather our minds together to send greetings and thanks to all the animal life in the world. They have many things to teach us as a people. We are honored by them when they give up their lives, so we may use their bodies as food and as clothing for us. We see them near our homes and in the deep woods. We are glad they are still here, and we hope that it will always be so. Now our minds are one.
And always giving thanks for that which gives us life. And with that is women. And women are our life givers and are in our ways of life and hold an elevated space within our matrilineal cultures because life is so sacred and life is so precious. And that's exactly what we're to protect. And all of what we do is to give thanks and to give thanks for this life that we're given, thanks for the waters that we drink, thankful for the music that the birds bring to us every single day, thankful to our ancestors. And so there's just so much gratitude that's there. And Indigenous peoples around the world have been sharing messages of wisdom about how to live in balance and in harmony with our Mother Earth. And we can see that human beings haven't been listening to that. We, have ignored that. And now it's time to listen to that Indigenous wisdom, to come back into those spaces of understanding what it is to have peace and live in balance with our earth. And the lessons are really very simple: to not take more than we need, and to always give back, and to always make sure that there is something left for others, and to think about those future generations.
Yes. No, I don't.
Here we go. So thank you again, Jay and Jan, so very much for all that you create. And I'm going to put them on one more time. Just want to ask everybody to send lots of love and lots of appreciation. And we're going to see a little bit later from now, we've got another light touch commercial, and we've got a couple more things to share during our after show. But it is time for the mid-show. I'm sorry, the Global Peace Tribe Recommends. We've got the mid-show announcements, but this is Global Peace Tribe Recommends. Deborah, what do we got on store?
Well, this is another great aspect that we've been able to bring to the show. And this is announcing some incredible online programs, online conferences, and resources that we know about that have really grown into this because of what's happening in the last year. And one of the amazing events that's happening tomorrow in celebration of Easter is the Magdalene Moonrise Easter celebration. Now, this is a celebration that's happened for 10 years in the San Francisco Bay Area, with about 300 people participating, celebrating Mary Magdalene, her rise into this era now, the empowerment of the divine feminine and sacred masculine in deep ritual and prayer, celebrating on Easter, and really bringing forth the truth of Mary Magdalene and her teachings. This is produced by Priestess Christy Michael. She's been leading it, and there's about a couple dozen priests and priestesses that are all musicians, singers, dancers, and ritualists that are typically part of this live celebration that are going to be on Zoom. So now people all over the world can participate. And they have a guest speaker who is Kathleen McGowan. She wrote the very popular book, The Expected One, all about Mary Magdalene. I know I read that, and it just touched me to my core. I'm very aligned with Mary Magdalene myself. I feel like her spirit and her energy and her wisdom is coming through us all right now. So if you feel called to be with Mary Magdalene on Easter, this is definitely a place to be. I will put the links in the chat room, and it's the Magdalene Moonrise Easter celebration.
And Deborah, just one thing I wanted to mention, we now have a better photo of Nina. And of course, we had Nina Grae on the show earlier tonight. She's one of our favorite singers, and she's going to be singing live as part of tomorrow night's event with Christy.
Great. And just want to mention again about the Festival of Light that is happening one more day. We really support Diana Maxwell and her team. Lots of things still happening tomorrow. You can sign up, it's free, so participate for free. And then for a small fee, you can own all the workshops of the whole 3 days. Lots of incredible people there. So we encourage you to check that out. And I will also post that information in the chat room.
Great. Thank you so much, Deborah. And that's festivaloflight.world. Festivaloflight.world. All right. A couple more things that we want to promote, and both things that I'm involved in. Hopefully all of you know now that every Sunday I do my Sacred Sunday show. And it's almost always people that you've seen on Saturday Night Live. Quite often it's people that I'm really wanting to feature and have more opportunity to explore and spend time with. Well, of course, tomorrow it's Easter. And so one of my favorite musical human beings, and actually one of my favorite human beings overall, is Lakshmi Devi. You've seen Lakshmi on this show as a musician. You also saw her solo. You saw her on our show singing with Kali's Angels. And she and I have created ceremony together on and off for 10 years. And so when I was thinking about Easter Sunday, I thought, God, I want to do something with Lakshmi. I called her. She said, yeah, let's do it. So please join us tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. It'll be a non-denominational hour, but we're going to really be celebrating the rise of Christ consciousness within us all. Lakshmi will play music, there'll be kirtan, there'll be meditation, and there'll be an opportunity for those of you who come into the Zoom room with us to interact with us and for us to even explore, what does it mean? What does Easter mean to you? What does this season mean to you? What does the rise of Christ consciousness mean to you? So that's tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Please, please join us. Deborah's putting the link into the chat box. Of course, you can always watch it live on Facebook. We'll be on most of these channels on Facebook. But you can also, we really like it when you come to the Zoom room and join us. And who knows, maybe Jay and Jan and Summer might be there, and Jerry might be there with us. So you definitely want to come into the Zoom room. The last special event that we want to announce, again, came out of Saturday Night Live. When we had our animal show that we did a few weeks ago, Chris Irwin, the Master Horseman, was on, and he's a remarkable man. He's kind of generally regarded as the horse whisperer, the leader in understanding communication with horses, but he's a brilliant human being. And so people wanted more of him. So we're doing a special show this Monday night. I'll be co-hosting with Deborah Haviland. And now this is Deborah's show that she does every week called Universal Heart Wisdom. It's a great show. And it's actually moving to a new time, Monday nights. And so this is kind of a combination. It's a kickoff of the new night and time for Deborah's weekly show. So every week now, starting on Monday night, it'll be Monday nights at 6 o'clock, Universal Heart Wisdom. And to really get it going, we wanted to have Chris, and I'm coming on as well. So please do join us. Again, Deborah's putting into the chat box the link where you can join us in the Zoom room on Monday night, or you can watch it live on Facebook. So there you have it. There are some really exciting Global Peace Tribe some Global Peace Tribe recommends experiences for you. Well, it's time for some music, and not just any music, but live music. You saw her on video to whet your appetite, but actually now we've got the real live, wonderful Larisa Stow with us. Hi, Larisa. And you're muted. So we need you to unmute, dear. Try again. You're actually still muted. So while Larisa works that out, and I know that she's got a real special friend with her, so we're looking forward to their live performance. Larisa, do you need a few more minutes to get all squared away? It's not showing that you're muted, so it's got something to do with your technology isn't turned on to whatever you've got turned on. Let's all focus Larisa getting turned on. No, not yet. All right, well, because I know they'll sort that out shortly. So I actually had one other thing that I was going to show, which was a little magic. So we are going to see our other really favorite magician, who's Shaun J. You guys love Shaun. And so we have so many video clips to play, but this is one of the very first times that Shaun was on our show. In fact, I think it was the first time. Anyway, here's some magic with Shaun J, and then we'll be back live with Larisa Stow. Here we go.
He's been seen on the hit TV show Masters of Illusion on the CW network, Fox TV's Master Chef, ABC News, Fox Morning News, NBC News, and the TEDx stage. An award-winning magician, inspirational speaker, and a man of many diverse talents. Please welcome to the stage. Let him hear your energy and make some noise for Shaun J.
Yes. No, that's not Shaun J. That's Shaun J.
Right here.
There he is.
Here I am.
With this. Is it a holographic image or is it really you?
It's actually me, the one and only.
All right, Shaun, welcome to Saturday Night Alive.
Thank you. Yes, thank you, Scott. Thank you, Shariah, and thank you to the rest of the Global Peace Tribe for inviting me to be a part of this great event. This is a fantastic thing you guys are doing in the world with so much darkness and confusion right now. We're bringing light to the world. So this is very nice, and I feel very grateful to be a part of it. So thank you again. And when talking with Shariah, she said to me, she said, "Hey, Shaun, is there any way that you can incorporate the theme of this evening into your magical presentation?" And I said, of course. And this is exactly what I was thinking about. You know, ancient civilizations, they leave behind clues, many clues. And it's up to us to decide how we interpret these clues. Now, at first glance, it might not look like anything special at all, right? But if we take a closer look at ancient history, if we do a little digging, like an archaeologist, we can find stories of courage, stories of friendship, and stories of demise, delusion, and defiance and war. All interesting topics. And even if we're able to just glean just a drop of wisdom from these stories and clues, we can change the way we think. We can change our mindset. And then in due time, we'll come to realize how smart these ancients really were. And if we combine the wisdom of the past with what we know now, we can prosper as a society. I assume, because of the nature of this format, I can't hear anything, but I'm assuming everybody's shocked in amazement or stunned in silence.
Absolutely.
So we'll just leave it.
Very cool.
No, thank you, thank you, thank you. We'll just leave it right there. And what I was also thinking, though, what else can we learn from these ancients? And I was thinking that the societies of the past, they really focused on family values. It was one tribe. It was tribal societies. There were tribes all over. You know, if you think about the ancient societies of Asia, India, Latin America, these were all very family-oriented societies. And they all took care of their elders. They took care of their mom. They took care of their dad. And I think that's very important, unlike today's modern-day society where we turn 18 and then we're off to the races because, you know, you're a grown-up and you know everything. and you're independent now. So I think the modern day society can learn from the past a little bit. And that's why I carry this around my neck. You're probably wondering what in the world this thing is. This is an amulet that I actually carry with me. This is something I made on a 3D printer. And if you look closely inside, you will actually see a little surprise. It's a picture of me, and right there, that's my mom. Right? And the reason why this looks like a combination of a pocket watch and a camera, almost like with a camera lens, because this reminds me of her passion, photography. And this represents all the extra time that we have in quarantine. It's actually a gift. See, a lot of people are just sitting there wasting their time. They think that they're in control of time, but it's actually time that controls them. Watch. Get it? Watch. But you see, I have to ask you all, what are you doing with your time? Is it meditation? Or are you spending the time with those that you love? Spend your time wisely. You never know when you'll be able to see that person that you love again. I hope you'll be spending it wisely, because I sure am right now, and I hope you guys enjoy the mysteries of ancient societies. I'm Shaun J. Abracadabra. And this one's for you, Mom. Thank you so much.
Yeah, that was Shaun's very, very first time on the show. I'm going to go to the gallery view of everybody applauding. And I appreciate, look, we still got Jay and Jan and Summer and Jerry and Teresa Collins has joined us, which is actually quite perfect. There's Alan Steinfeld is still with us. So yeah, you know, that's kind of perfect. We'll see, hopefully, if Larisa comes back on. I'm imagining she will. But you know, since Teresa Collins is with us, Teresa, I'm going to put the spotlight on you for a moment. Because the next thing that I had queued up for the very beginning of our after show was Global Coherence Pulse. But I want to, I'm going to pull up the slides you sent me, and please tell us about the amazing project you're doing. And again, all of you on Saturday Night Live, you recognize Teresa. She's who we have on once every 3 months. She does a Global Coherence Pulse in conjunction with Saturday Night Live, and it's always great. We've got one coming up on May 15th. Bruce Lipton is going to be guest. But tell us about this wonderful new venture that you started.
Well, Scott, first, I just want to say for you and Deborah, like, congratulations. Like, what a beautiful unfolding year. And I just feel so proud, and I've been so touched the entire night. Like, there were moments like I'm grieving my sister, Sandra, who we all know and love so much. And there were moments in the show where I just got to like go right into that beautiful, just kind of grace. And so every moment tonight has been perfect. So I just want to say that. Thank you. Thank you so much. Wow. And, you know, Global Coherence Pulse, we actually celebrated 1 year last month. I didn't realize it. We were so connected to the World Water Day that we flowed right into that. But, you know, it's so nice that we've been doing this all together for the last year, where we just said, what can we do right now to support what's happening? And for me, it was around creating an opportunity for us to come together once a month and pulse the planet with our love and our care and our compassion, and to really learn to cultivate coherence in the heart of our everyday lives and as a community and in the world. So we've been doing it too, side by side. And I love when we can join together and combine a Pulse and a Saturday Night Alive. And you were saying our next one on the 15th, guess what's happening in the middle Uplift has said that they're doing a broadcast celebration of love. So we're going to have Roland in the morning with the science of love and Claudia, and then they'll have an all-day broadcast from Uplift landing into the evening that we have doing together with Saturday Night Alive and Bruce Lipton. What a lineup. So anyway, everyone out there, if you would like to join your heart with us and pulse the planet with love when it's needed most now, and be in a field where you can actually like build up some capacities, join us at the globalcoherencepulse.org. Happens the third Saturday of every month. And Scott was saying about our new project is that we also created the Islands of Coherence, which is just a space for organizations and individuals who are choosing to lead from love, to have a social environment where we can deepen our own cultivation, where we can feel what it feels like to be in islands of coherence at this moment when it's most needed now. And also that we can experiment with collaboration and synergy and just live the life we're here to live in a field of others who are doing the same. So that's islandsofcoherence.net. And the Saturday Night Alive is a cluster in there, and lots of other clusters. And maybe everything is on one dashboard finally. At least I'm loving that part of it. So anyway, thank you for letting me share that. And thanks you for letting me play with you guys every quarter. I love it. I love doing it with you. You guys are the best.
Thank you, Teresa. Thank you. Well, stick around because I'm going to actually show next. Larisa Stow, by the way, has been texting me. She's going to get it together. We're going to close out the official part of this show with Larisa. But I'm going to go into one of the videos actually from the last time we had a Saturday Night Alive in collaboration with Teresa and Global Coherence. And as most of you now know, we have our early Zoom room show, which is usually when we have some interesting guests come and chat. And so we had Gregg, Braden, and Teresa Bueller, and Teresa Collins, who you just saw. And they had a lovely chat all about science and spirituality. And so we're going to take a look at 7 minutes of that chat. And I think all of you who are watching are going to really relate to this, because we are living in a magical time of science and spirituality coming together.
You as well, and thank you for sharing a whole day with me. Thank you for inviting me back tonight, even though we did the early morning show. You know, it's I think the conversations that we're having right now, as we said in our program earlier today, it really comes down to the way we've been taught to think about ourselves. It is our story. And we are writing a new story. It's not a new chapter. I mean, this is a new book that we are writing now based upon the discoveries, peer-reviewed science, rock-solid science that is now giving us new ways to think about ourselves, our relationship to ourselves, our relationship to one another, our relationship to the earth, our relationship to the cosmos, to the future, to the past. And it's in the presence of that new story, I think, that we find our highest levels of mastery. It's where we feel empowered. And it's what brings us together, Teresa. So we're going to be talking about that a little bit tonight as well. But thank you for a beautiful morning. And I'm looking forward to the evening that's unfolding right now.
Isn't it fun? We get to have this little kind of hangout evening with our friends and offer something of value and some love to the community. And I'm excited that we have Teresa Bullard on. I've never met her before, so I'd love to have her bring on camera. Hello, and you're so beautiful.
Oh, thank you, Teresa. It's a pleasure to be on here with you both and with the whole team that's here, the panelists. And we are definitely living in some very interesting times. And as Gregg said, a whole new way of life, a whole new book of life coming forward. And I hope that we can all work as a global conscious community to really bring a much more awakened and holistic approach to how we move forward in the world from here as we write that new way of life, as we create that new society. So it's a pleasure and an honor to be joining you all tonight, and I look forward to the conversation.
Yeah, me too. And, like Nassim, who I've worked with for many years, and you and Gregg, is that you're really bringing the science forward, which I think many people, we need to kind of understand this new way that resonates with our natural state of being. Like when we hear it, we feel it, and it reinforces something. In fact, I think it's what's going to stir a wave of awakening to really crest, is when the science and our experience are embraced together as a unified whole. And I really love that both of you are pioneers in that. And just thank you for being here.
Teresa, can I speak to that just for a minute? Well, first of all, it is an honor to be with everyone tonight. Dr. Bullard, it's really good to see you. You and I were on a panel together at the Conscious Life Expo in LA.
Yeah.
That was, for me, it was the last live event I did before the lockdown. So it's good to see you again. And
likewise.
Yeah, and I think what we were doing in that panel and what we're doing right now, Teresa, when we talk about our story, I think what I'm finding is that so many people, even in my community and even in our colleagues that you and I know, I won't mention names, but people that we know, we're finding what part of our belief system works and what part doesn't. And the pieces that are breaking down, it can be a very frightening experience for a part of our belief system to break down. And this is where the science comes in. Because when we find that something that we once believed was true doesn't work quite the way we thought, we have the science to fall back on to give us a new story. And I think that science is becoming very sexy for a new generation now. There was a time scientists were considered to be nerds and kind of laughed at. And now we're looking to the science, and young people want to contribute. They want to find the new ideas and create the new solutions. So science is very much in vogue again. And I think that is very, very cool and very sweet. I'm really happy to see that happening.
It is very well said. And I feel that the science is certainly something we can really wrap our hands around. It gives us a tangible, very grounded approach to, okay, well, where can we trust? Where is there some, rather than all of this subjectivity and just belief systems or just opinions, the science gives us something really solid and, more tried and true in a way. But I also feel that the ancient wisdom mixed with the science brings forward wisdom that helps us guide the application of science, because science doesn't have all the answers. It has a lot of answers to help us understand things in the physical level of things, but there's also beyond the physical. There's the soul, there's the spirit, there's the mind. And these ancient wisdom teachings, I feel, are very important to bring forward in connection and harmony with the science to really help guide us into that future.
Teresa, as scientists, you and I have followed a similar path, separate from one another, parallel paths, in that we are trained in the sciences and the hard sciences, but we lead people into some of the most magnificent and beautiful and isolated, remote and pristine places remaining on the earth today, where the records of our past and the wisdom of the past are preserved in ways that inform us through the lens of science today. And I think maybe you've seen this as well. What I found so fascinating is those ancient cultures did not separate science from art, from everyday life. We've compartmentalized science, and because of that, it tends to be like over here, and we look to it. But what we're now finding, and I think it's so interesting, it's been said the 20th century was a century of discovery. We learned to split the atom with the double helix, the Dead Sea Scrolls, the cosmos. The 21st century, it's been said, is the century of application, learning to apply all the things that we have found to be true about ourselves and our relationship to the world. And I think this is one of those truths. Where do you draw the line between science and the chemistry of the body and art that changes the way we feel when we see it, and it changes the chemistry inside of our bodies. Where do you draw that line? And I think the answer to that question is what brings us together in times like we're doing tonight. And we are surrounded by alchemists of music and sound and wisdom and knowledge. So that's what the new story, I think, is really all about.
Well, and you just said the word alchemist, and that's where I thrive in that field, because alchemy is where science and spirituality were one and the same thing. They didn't separate them. They practiced the laboratory works and the science, and they studied nature, and they practiced the art, which was the application of the knowledge, how to live it, how to use it to lift the inner world, the spirit. And the science and the art were hand in hand. The spiritual side of life was the art, the living it. And I love what you said about the 21st century becoming that era of application. But through application, may we come to true understanding. Instead of just knowledge, let's advance it towards true understanding, where we really, and then hopefully being guided even beyond that into wisdom.
So thank you, Teresa Bueller. Thank you, Gregg, Braden, and thank you, Teresa Collins, who has left the house. All right, we have one wisdom jewel left. And to introduce it, I want to put the spotlight back on Deborah Giusti. By the way, I want to acknowledge Deborah's done an amazing job tonight. Her computer died. Imagine just before the big anniversary show and her computer died. But she had her trusty friend Jeffrey brought his over, and Deborah, you've done a terrific job of making it all happen.
Yeah, it's amazing how we're dependent on our technology, but you just got to go with the flow and keep knowing it will be fine. And it is, everything's fine. I'm here, I'm with all of you. It's been a beautiful show. I've gotten through it, and it's amazing. And that's kind of what we do every day, don't we?
Absolutely. So this last wisdom jewel I'm about to show, Deborah, is about the divine feminine. I thought you might want to just kind of talk about the shows that you've created, Divine Feminine, Equinox, the solstice shows that you've developed and created. I'd love for you to just share a little bit about that, and then we'll take a look at this wisdom jewel. And then finally, we'll conclude with Larisa Stow.
Sure, yeah. The empowerment of the divine feminine has been some of our more popular and potent shows. And that's because that's what's happening today, especially now as so many shifts are happening with everything. The feminine is really coming into power. The last show that we did on March 6th was Feminine Leadership Changing Our World. And it really demonstrated how women are coming into leadership positions, and things are changing, and they will continue to change. So, and this next show we're going to do is bring on the sacred masculine, because we're all working in partnership together. So really powerful. And the solstice and the equinox shows also are extremely potent, because we really go into the field and activate those portals that are happening at that time, all of us together, just like Teresa does on her shows with the Global Coherence Pulse. When we unify together in a high frequency field, it's incredible magic, incredibly powerful. And that's what those shows are about. So thank you so much.
All right. So here's a wisdom jewel that Jay and Jane created for the most recent Divine Feminine show. love it. Those are some great quotes, aren't they, Deborah?
Yeah, beautiful. Thank you, Jay and Jan.
Yeah. All right. I'm going to bring them up one more time. Here is Jan. And here is Jay, who create these amazing videos. Thank you so much. So want to encourage all of you, stay tuned. Speaking of videos that they create, we are going to close out with Larisa Stow and her friend playing music, but want to remind you that we're going to have an after show in which we're going to show a few more key videos. And I see we still have 200 people in our Zoom room and hundreds of thousands watching on Facebook. So I'm a crazy man, and I'll probably go for another half hour to an hour. And here is our Stay Tuned video. Now, to be honest, we actually already showed the Gregg Braden video, so you're not going to see more Gregg Braden tonight. But we still have Pato and Antoinette and Deepak Chopra and some more Marianne Williamson and a little more music, a little more magic. And most of all, we have Larisa and Benj and her friends. So, oh my gosh, like you've multiplied.
We did. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, you sound great.
Oh my God. So I guess Deborah's computer crashed, and well, we've had multitude of some fascinating.
It's been a night.
It's been a night, people. It has been a night. Yeah, Gabriel had a hard time finding us tonight, and Benj had a gig earlier, but we're just grateful to have everyone. And we have Melissa here as well. So we have, speaking of the divine feminine is all about embodiment and grounding into what is rather than resisting it, right?
They'll just do a right?
We've been doing that. I saw Deborah do that earlier. But we are here and in celebration of the divine feminine, beloved, the love within us that is able to go with the waves of the ocean, the waves of the breath that are within us, the waves that are in all of existence within form and formlessness. We honor Amma, the Ma within all things. So we're going to sing to Amma. Jagadamba, Amma, oh Amma, Jai Jai Jai, Jagadamba, Amma, oh Amma, Jai Jai Jai, Jagadamba, Amma, oh Amma, Jai Jai Jai, Jagadamba, Ira, Om Shri Ramai, Jai Jai Jai. Matamina Bay,
to Premadasi, Bhuvaneshwari. Jagadamba, oh Amma, Jai 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 Jagadamba, Amma, oh Amma, Jai 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 Jagadamba.
So Larisa, I am reflecting on how earlier during our sound check, we talked about how everything works out, not to worry. And look at this. It's like, yeah, so it's a little bit later than the agenda, but how perfect that all four of you, we ended up getting Benj, and your guitar player took the scenic route, right? And we got Melissa, and the four of you, I mean, we didn't just get, you know, a little, we got like the full Shakti tribe tonight. See how it all unfolds?
You guys have to come in here too. You have to see that it really does take, come on, you guys. It takes a family. It takes a community. It takes, it takes a village to bring it all together, because we had, like, literally Phyllis was moving cars for Benj, and India was on the street helping to create space for Gabriel. It was, yeah, there's a lot of love here. There's a whole lot of love.
Oh my God, so beautiful, so beautiful. Hey, you know, one of the things that Larisa does that's wonderful, and I know many of us have seen her, I know I've been seeing her at festivals for years. Well, she's brought it every day. She and her Love Warriors, her Shakti Love Warriors group, does something on Facebook every day at 11 o'clock a.m. And what you can do is you can actually go to the Facebook page and find the place to click getting notified. I get notified every day, no matter what I'm doing at 11 a.m. I get a little notification. Larisa Stow and her Love Warrior are about to come onto Facebook. Oh, and it's beautiful. It's meditation, it's music. So, you know, and many of you are on Facebook right now watching us. So just go into the search bar and put in Shakti Love Warriors, or the group, and the group number, we'll put it in the link. I'll put it in the Zoom room. The link is 687-951-45991. That's probably too much for you to memorize. I'm going to put it in.
Just put in, just do a search on Larisa Shakti Love Warriors and it will come up. That's the easiest way to do it.
Well, you guys, God bless your whole village. Really appreciating.
Thanks, Scott.
Thank you. Yeah,
Love you
thank
guys.
you so much. And thank you, Deborah. And it really does take all of us, and this is quite the amazing community of beautiful, incredibly beautiful beings of support and fellowship. So we're honored. All of us are really honored to be a part of it and to contribute to this beautiful vision. It's really amazing.
Thank you, Larisa and Benj and everybody. While you were playing, I received a text that notified me that Sandra Hay passed away this afternoon. Sandra was one of the co-founders of Earth Dance Global. And I know that she was very close to Teresa. And Teresa Collins, I'm wondering if you just do you want to say anything about Sandra? And while we're together, there's still hundreds of us watching on Facebook and 100, 200 in the Zoom room. So this is a chance maybe for us just to bless Sandra on her journey to the other side. And Teresa, is there anything you'd like to say?
Wow, thank you. I mean, it's such an honor. I think many of us know Sandra. I've known her since when I worked with Barbara Marx Hubbard many years ago. She was one of our supporters. She was on our board of directors of the Foundation for Conscious Evolution. She was a self-made, gorgeous woman. I wish maybe we could bring up a picture of her. 70 years old, and she was sexier than anybody that I've ever met. Just this little tiny package of sunshine, and created films and was really her and her husband Matt with the Earth Dance community and all the work that they did. And yes, she passed today. And I just want to say it has been an absolute privilege to be in a conscious community, working together to support a fellow friend to make their transition. And that's been the experience with Sandra and Matt by her side, her husband, the entire process being shared with everyone. I think this is a picture of Sandra and Matt. The entire process being shared of a conscious passing like this. Is just nothing like it. I hope we all, when it's our time to go, can be ushered out with as much love as I experienced our friend Sandra being ushered out in. I really, really hope that for every single human being. It was a beautiful, beautiful celebration of life. And we love you, Sandra. We love you, Sandra.
Thank you, Teresa. Thank you for sharing that. And so it is, we are a community. We come together, we dance together, we give thanks together, and we say farewell to those who are passing. And obviously there are so many passages happening right now. Well, I want to thank everybody for being on. This is going to conclude the official kind of show, but I am going to stay on for a little bit because there's a few more videos, and as long as we've got hundreds and hundreds of people, maybe even thousands watching, there's a few more things I'd love to share. But this is going to be the official end of the Zoom show. Thank you again, Larisa, and your incredible Shakti Tribe crew, Che, Chan, Deborah. We'll see, maybe some of you will stick around. But this is the official end of this part of the show. And we're now going to go into the after show part of everything. So, and of course, God bless Jay. He's created an after show video for us. So that's how we got it started, right? We got to start with the new Jay after show welcome video. welcome everybody to the after show. You know, one of the most important parts of this past year has been the Black Lives Movement. And I want to acknowledge that as a very privileged white man. A big part of the humbling of my year, and it continues, has been really learning more and more about white privilege. And even the ways that I maintain white privilege, the subtle ways that I maintain social, racial, and economic injustice. And I think there was something about the murder of George Floyd that I know that a lot of my friends that are Black say, look, it's just one more that we've seen someone get killed. And, you know, we're you know, white people get all shocked by it, and we're used to it because it's been happening for hundreds of years for us. So I want to acknowledge that. But I want to acknowledge that for me, and I think for many of us, seeing a police officer who's supposed to be here to protect with his knee on a man's neck for over 9 minutes. It was so blatant and so painful to watch. I know that for me, it was a big wake up. And I responded by having 6 straight shows on my Straight Talk show on Friday night. They were just Black people speaking. And we have, of course, the Black Lives Matter show here on Saturday Night Live, and had some really amazing speakers and people present. And so I want to acknowledge that right now. And one of our favorite presenters, you've seen him several times, he's a wonderful musician, is Pato Banton. But Pato has also been creating beautiful, beautiful videos. And he created, in addition to creating something for Black Lives Matter, he also, for Martin Luther King Day, created a beautiful, beautiful video. And so I want to move forward with our after show with this video. This is by our friend Pato Banton, dedicated to Martin Luther King.
Yeah. This one is dedicated to the King, Martin Luther King, our civil rights champion. Understand me, no man. And this one is dedicated to all the people all over the world, to every man and woman, every boy and girl, to everyone who believes that equal rights and justice should apply to all, regardless of our color, class, or creed. This one's for Martin Luther King, our frontline soldier, Martin Luther King, our peaceful warrior, Martin Luther King, our civil rights leader, Martin Luther King. This one's for him. Well, just like MLK, I have a dream today. And like Bob Marley, I got so much things to say. Hey, wanna talk about empathy, equity and equality. Wanna talk about ending war and how to end poverty, how to end racial hate and police brutality. Cause where there's no justice, oh Jah, there can be no peace. Seems like humanity is in a state of emergency. We need more ethical leaders with a sense of integrity, like Martin Luther King, our frontline soldier, Martin Luther King, our peaceful warrior, Martin Luther King, our civil rights leader, Martin Luther King. This one's for him. You see, there are so many problems and we need some solutions. Yes, let's get together now and start a love revolution. And we can't stop, no, we can't slow up. We gotta keep pressing on. If you can't run, then walk. Can't walk, then it's time to crawl. He said, hate cannot drive out hate. Only love can do that. Darkness can't drive out darkness. Only light can do that. He said, injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. I've decided to stick with love. Hate is too much to bear. He said, you can kill the dreamer, but you can't kill the dream. You see, unconditional love will rule in eternity. He said, the time is always ripe to do what is right. Lord, I hear the voice of Jesus say, don't give up the fight. He said, where do we go from here? Chaos or community, my people. Instead of fighting each other, show some unity. He said, we fight injustice with civil disobedience. So speak up, don't be silent, and always remain non-violent. Yeah, let's work it out, don't fight it out. Come on everybody, let me hear you sing it. Let's work it out, don't fight it out. This one is for the king. Let's work it out, don't fight it out. Come on everybody, one more time. Let's work it out, don't fight it out. Yeah. This one's for Martin. Martin Luther King. Our frontline soldier, Martin. Martin Luther King. Our peaceful warrior, Martin. Martin Luther King. Our civil rights leader, Martin. Martin Luther King. This one's for him. This one's for Martin. Martin Luther King. Our frontline soldier, Martin. Martin Luther King. Our peaceful warrior, Martin. Martin Luther King. Our civil rights leader, Martin. Martin Luther King. This one's for him.
I have a dream that one day this nation will rise up, live out the true meaning of its creed. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal. I have a dream that one day on the sons of former slaves and the sons of former slave owners will they be able to sit down together at the table of brotherhood. I have a dream. We will be able to speed up that day when all of God's children, black men and white men, Jews and Gentiles, Protestants and Catholics, will be able to join hands and sing in the words of the old Negro spiritual. Free at last, free at last. Thank God Almighty, we are free at last.
I've got chills watching that. Chills and some tears. And Teresa Collins is still here. Thank you, Teresa. Thank you. I'm going to put on gallery view. I mean, isn't that video just incredible, Teresa? You know, the way because it's so upbeat, and yet what he's presenting is so incredibly heart-wrenchingly important. I just love Pato. His sensibilities are so exquisite. Every video he does, every song he does is just like right there. Plus, do you know he has 11 children?
Perfect message. That was just so much fun. My whole heart was just, so happy.
Oh,
like, yes.
And thank you
Beautiful
so
show. Beautiful show tonight. You should be really proud. You guys did such a lovely job of just bringing together. There were so many moments. How did you choose? I have no idea. No idea how you chose all those, but it was really beautiful. And
that's why we're going to be up
yeah.
till 3:00 in the morning watching all the other. No, not really, because every show, you know how it is, Teresa. Every global coherence you do is wonderful, and you love all the people, and you love all the segments, and you go, wow, every single. It's like all these jewels. How do you pick a ruby over a diamond over a sapphire, right?
Yeah, so beautiful. I hope that your show and ours and other things like this get supported, because if we can make those shows into small clips, like libraries of things where we could go back and just touch into the ones that we really need to see, or, that people would have easy access to, because in the moment they're impactful, but they have so much that they can offer for the next wave of people who are coming in and just looking for something. So I really hope, Scott, that we both receive the abundance that we need in order to take these little gems and to make them be like blossoming flowers that we can just like send out wide. So I pray for that for both of us.
For that, I'm getting out my magic wand, and yes, with my magic wand and all of our global peace tribers listening in, may it be so. Maximum grace for us all. Maximum grace that each and every one of you listening and watching, whatever it is, your form of service, your form of contribution. May you be fully blessed and graced with being able to express yourself and be of service in your way. Because each and every one of us is a cell, and an imaginal cell, as Gregg Braden talks about, as Deepak talks about, in the butterfly that we all are creating.
Scott, we had a meditation this morning, a meditation and breakout group, and it was the theme was about living our dream. And at the end of us coming back from sharing in the breakout groups, we had this moment where looking around the screen, like we can imagine right now, I don't know how many people are on, and just imagine that every single person that was on tonight, imagine a world where every single one of us is actually living the life that we came here to live. That like Scott, that you're living the life that Deborah, that Jay, that Jan, like that every single one of us is actually living the love that we're here to be. So I just wanted to say that. Those remind me of that.
I love that. That's beautiful. Hey, there's Jan. Jan just came and joined us.
Yeah. Jan living her like full life, which she is already.
Just like, yeah, she's doing pretty well. Jan's got a pretty good life.
She's doing it.
But I want to acknowledge what's going on in the chat box. Deborah Haviland is saying yes, yes, yes. Maximum grace for us all. And yeah, we are bringing this into the mainstream. People are saying hope to see this mainstream. My goal is to have Saturday Night Live become a mainstream television show, whether it's on Netflix or a cable channel. We've proven that there's an audience who will, every Saturday night, there's 136 of you still in our Zoom room, and hundreds, maybe even thousands more still on Facebook watching. So we've proven that there's an audience for this show. There's an audience for what you're doing, Teresa. There's an audience for this. People want to be inspired and they want to be entertained. We have to find that. And that's what we did with this show. We found a sweet spot of inspiration, education, and entertainment. Whether it's magic. Wasn't Paul amazing, by the way, tonight when he came on with his magic? Incredible. Heather, Shaun, they're all really, really something. So anyway, it's good to have Jay and Jan on with us. And I'm going to take one more look at some of the chats. Yes, he was amazing. People are just sending a lot of love. Thank you, Nancy and Deborah and Trudy and Noelle, Diane, all of you who are chatting away in the chat box. Thank you very, very much for that. Thank you, Dorina. Yes, it's been a great year. And we are going to move forward, not just with the show, but we're beginning to plan retreats. We forgot to ask our audience, but for those of you still there, we're looking at creating possible retreats in California, in Maui, and in Asheville, North Carolina. So any of you that would be interested in possibly coming to a retreat in one of those places, let us know, and let us know which of those locations you'd be interested in coming to. Probably will, maybe a 3-day weekend retreat, or if it's Maui, probably 7 days to make it worth the airfare. So let us know, because we're excited about that. And while you do that, I'm going to play another video. And this is really, really fun. This is, gosh, I've got all these wonderful videos to choose from. You know what? I think let's do Marianne Williamson. This was right after the election, when long before the election took place, we knew that the election was going to be a big deal, and that there were going to be a lot of happy people, and there were going to be a lot of unhappy people, no matter how it played out. So we decided, because we booked these shows months in advance, and so we decided to do a show on post-election recovery. And we brought in Marianne Williamson and Charles Eisenstein, and really talked a lot about bridging, whether you're blue or red or purple or green. Let's all come together in the rainbow of collaborative thinking. Anyway, Marianne Williamson was on, and as it turned out, our show was on Saturday, November 7th. Yeah, Saturday, November 7th. The election had taken place on Tuesday, the 3rd. And our Saturday happened to be when Joe Biden finally gave his acceptance speech. There was a few days of wondering if there was going to be what was going to go on. But by Saturday, it was clear that Joe Biden had won the election. And he gave his acceptance speech at 5 o'clock Pacific time, and we went on air at 6 o'clock Pacific time. And Marianne Williamson was one of the very first people that we had scheduled. We had, a song, a musician, and then we had Marianne. And she later revealed to me, I had a private conversation with her, that it was a very powerful moment, because this woman had ran for president. She ran for president, and she put herself out on the line to run for president. And she paid a big price. She took a lot of media hits, calling her a new age guru, or, some of the more conservative elements really tried to make fun of her. I was proud of her. When I watched those debates, I thought she had the best things to say. She was so courageous. But she came out of it with a lot of some scars. And also, campaigns were expensive. She came out of it with a big debt. And so there she was, watching Joe Biden and Kamala Harris give their acceptance speeches. And she had been on the same stage, whatever it was, 3, 4, or 5 months earlier with them. She knew them. She had traveled with them. She'd been on the same stage with them. And there she was, watching them in their hour of glory, probably greatest hour of their lives, at least professionally. And it was kind of rough for her. And as fate would have it, she was scheduled to be on Saturday Night Live talking. And I was really proud of her. And she said later to me that it was very healing to be with her tribe, to be with her people. And so anyway, this is she spoke for a while. This is a short clip from that show. And then a kind of a fun dialogue that I had with her.
And so I'm going to ask that you join with me and remember that America has two, one of the things that Biden said in his talk tonight was, he referred to what Lincoln said about the better angels of our nature. If it was 200 years ago and you talked about, there was no modern psychology, Freud hadn't been born yet. And if you talked hundreds of years ago to someone about inclusion and kindness and tolerance and compassion and mercy and forgiveness, they would say, oh, you mean angels. And if you talked about meanness and judgmentalness and unkindness and cruelty, they would say, oh, you mean demons. And then we thought we were so smart, we left concepts like that behind. But what are those facets of our character, except the angels and the demons within us? Tonight, let's dedicate ourselves to the angels of our better nature. Tonight is not a night to say, well, I'm Democrat, or I'm Republican, or I'm Green, or I'm Libertarian, or I don't believe in the political system. Tonight is the night to remember we're Americans, and we're never going to agree about everything, and we don't have to. In what relationship? In a marriage, in a love affair, are you going to agree about everything? Intimacy is about knowing how to navigate the fact that you're not always going to agree, not about the fact that you do always agree. So I just want to complete with a prayer for forgiveness for our country. I think all of us need it tonight. Dear God, we place our country in your hands, and we ask that a great wave of forgiveness wash us clean. May all the walls that would divide us, our judgments about each other, dear God, remove them tonight. We pray for Donald Trump and we pray for Joe Biden. We pray for them both. And we pray for all Americans. And we pray for our country, dear God, that has been so divided. May there be a miraculous healing now. Repair us, dear God. Make all our crooked places straight. Heal our wounds. Restore our decency and our love for each other. Tonight, break the chain. May we remember tonight that oneness which is your presence within us. In this we are united. We drop our judgment, we drop our blame, we drop our hatred. And in this moment of love, may miracles be called forth. And so it is. We all say, amen.
And so it is. And so it is. You know, I was going to continue to play where she and I had a beautiful repertoire, but I actually want to just end tonight with that. With a prayer for America, a prayer for our world, a prayer for our global peace tribe, you and you and you, and yeah, you were there too. Maximum grace for us all. Happy Easter weekend. Please do join me tomorrow morning, 10 o'clock. It's going to be a really special show with my dear friend, Lakshmi Del Sesto. And may we all experience the rising of Christ consciousness, or whatever you want to call it. Thank you for watching tonight. Thank you for being a precious part of our global peace tribe. Good night. Gotta find the end button. Thank you for your patience watching Scott as he's always trying to find the video on the next thing to turn on. Much love to you all. Good night.